My little edges then did what they was gonna do, huh? Yes, they did. They did whatever it is that they were going to do. Good morning. Good morning, Kia. Hey. I just seen you DM me too, girl. Hey, Raven. Good morning. Hey, yo. Y'all. Okay, I'm gonna give us I'm early because I told the people 10. I told the people 9:30, 10 o'clock. I'm early. I'm early. Hey, Hershey. Hey, Ray. I'm early. Like I'm early. So I'm gonna give girls. We're gonna start at 9:15. Okay, I'm 15-minute grace period, okay? Because I'm early. Baby, it was a mistrial. We gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it because it was a mistrial. I know y'all know. I feel good. I feel good, you know. Her nappy, but I'm happy. Yes, y'all. We got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. So I'm gonna get it. Good morning, Miss Renee. Good morning, Kim. Good morning, Raven. I don't know if I said good morning to you already or not, but good morning, Raven. It's all right if you asleep. We gonna talk about it. Like I said, I'm gonna get the girls until I'm gonna start at 9:15. I'm gonna start at 9:15 because do I need to play it back? We're gonna play it back. That's what we're gonna do. Good morning, Mama T. I'm gonna play it back for the people because yeah. And I am hooked directly into the modem today. So we shouldn't have no issue. I am most definitely in the modem today, and so we should not have any issues. Like the Wi-Fi is not on. If we got issues, T-Mobile gonna have to holler at me. T-Mobile gonna have to see me if we have any problems. All right, we got a few minutes though. We got 2 minutes, and then I'm gonna get started. But I'm gonna go ahead and cue this on up right here. Let me get that on queued up. All right. I'm gonna need you to find a juror. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna email the prosecutor. I'm gonna see if we can get Sister Soldier in here to come talk to us. Now I'm glad that you reminded me of that. Email. I gotta email Sister Soldier. Yes, email Sister Soldier. I'm gonna see if we can get Sister Soldier in here. Tell her I sent you a mention TikTok, but I said I wait till today. The judge thinks he's guilty, in my opinion. Child, heck yeah, the judge know he guilty. But he didn't settle. He didn't do a bench trial. Okay, it's 25 people here. We about to have a recap. Let me find my note. Y'all know I just be writing on pieces of paper in here. Up in here. So let me find my note because I want to give. That would be great. I think it would be a good one too. I would love to know why she decided to be a prosecutor. Y'all know my interviews don't always be about the trials that be going on. It be about the person because we end up liking the person and how they do their job. So, you know, if I get an interview with her, you know, 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to ask a lot about the case. We'll find more out about her and just kind of, you know, scratch the surface. So hopefully she emailed me back. We're going to try to get her. Good morning, Marley. Marla. Good morning, Tippy. Jen. Good morning. Good morning, Fancy. Okay, so we got good morning, G. Good morning, Taylor Gang. Taylor Gang is in the chat. All right, y'all. So y'all know the verdict came in last night for the old mistrial. So I'm gonna give a quick recap just in case we got anybody in here that's new that's watching, trying to figure out what happened with the old mistrial. What was it about? All right. So Jay Lee, Jimmy Dale Lee, was a grad student at Ole Miss University, and he went missing. He was asked to be his parents asked to have him declared deceased. And that is exactly what they did. The state alleged that he had a download relationship with the defendant whose name was Timothy. His name was Sheldon Timothy Herring Jr. Okay, everybody called him Tim, Timmy, Lil Tim, him. All right. What we know is that Jay Lee went over to Tim's house and he was never seen again. All right. Some of the facts that were presented was that Jay Lee's car was moved to a neighborhood in Jay Lee's car was moved to a neighborhood, left there and driven by the defendant, who was seen running away from the subdivision. He was also seen putting a shovel and a wheelbarrow into a box truck at his parents' house. We know that he lied to the police. There were searches made on his phone, on how long does it take to strangle somebody, and then we also heard the text message exchange between him and Jay Lee, actually confirming that Jay Lee did go over to his house. All right. Once Jay Lee gets over to his house, his digital footprint disappears. He disappears completely. All right. So yesterday we had closing arguments. The jury was charged. They had the ability to find him. Well, he was charged with capital murder. All right. In the jury instructions, they did include lesser charges: 1 of first-degree murder, 2 second-degree murder, and 3 of manslaughter. It was a hung jury. It ended in a mistrial on yesterday. So we are going to watch the verdict come in, because I know some of my people missed it. It came in super late last night. It came in around 8 o'clock. With this trial, the jury was sequestered, meaning that they had to stay in the hotel. They couldn't go home. They were actually from out of town anyway, so they worked on a Saturday. The trial lasted 8 days. So let's go. I'm getting ready to play it for the people, because I want everybody to see what hit. All right, is this it? No, this is this one.
Become a versatile and in-demand asset in the workforce with the University of Florida's.
You may proceed. State your name for the record, if you would.
All right, so it just did something weird. Get back to what I want to play.
Would that note be?
All right, we're gonna give it a few seconds, because I don't want to miss it. I'm having a hard time getting right to the minute. Hey TK, Cam, without that body, it's gonna be tough. But it was an 11-1 split, y'all. It was an 11-1 split, so it was just one person in there like, no, child, and we just okay. But we're gonna straighten it. If you are new here, make sure that you hit the X, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We are trial watchers over here, so we're gonna be watching trials as they play. We're gonna be catching up on trials. We're gonna be rewatching trials. This is just what we're gonna do on this here channel. This is a safe space. Just ask that everybody respect one another, and here we go. At this point, T-Mobile got to see me, because I was plugged into the modem. T-Mobile got to see me, y'all. So I'm gonna go back to where we was at. Sorry, but T-Mobile got to see me at this point. They got to see me.
I would ask that note be made a part of the court file and filed in the court file. The court's intention this time is to bring the jury back in and make sure I tell them, don't tell me how you're divided as far as towards guilty or innocent or which particular charge, that there's several charges they could pick from, about which charge you're talking about or which way one side is leaning one way or the other, but ask them if they can to give me a numerical division to the best they can. Depending on what that number is, may have some bearing on the court's decisions about continuing deliberations or not. If you would show the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have received your note that says we feel confident we are unable to reach a unanimous decision. I would like, have you got somebody that y'all think can be your spokesman? But I'll just rest the question to the group and go from there. But I want you to make it clear before I ask you the following question. Do not tell me whether you're more votes for guilty or not guilty. Don't tell me which count that you're considering. I know there's several options. There was capital murder, first degree murder, capital murder, first degree murder, second degree murder, also negligent manslaughter, and not guilty. Don't tell me which one your vote's on. Don't tell me which side is winning or losing, for lack of a better word. But can someone tell me, is there a particular numerical divide? What's the score, for lack of a better word, anyway? Can you tell me that? 11 to 1. Score being 11 to 1, I'm going to send you back. I understand you've got your difficulty, but I'm going to send you back to review the court's initial instructions I gave you earlier to examine your own thoughts and beliefs and continue your deliberations anyway. Okay? Thank you.
All right, so that was the 11 to 1. And then we're going to run it on. What it do? Okay, we might have to go on over to Law and Crime. That was when he came back and said 11 to 1. So let's go on back over here to Law and Crime. Here we go.
I took two things that I love, dancing and dogs, and I made them into a successful business.
Another note from the juror. This will be their third note. It says we are unable to reach an agreement. I'm going to bring the jury in and ask them about this and make a decision at that time, depending on what their responses are, how we're going to proceed anyway. But if you would, everybody here, show the jury in. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have received another note that says, we are unable to reach an agreement. I won't ask for a show of hands, but do you think that further deliberation will change that? Is there any hope? Y'all invest a lot of time and effort in this. Everybody else has too. I don't want to tilting at windmills, but at the same time, if you think there's any hope that you may be able to reach a verdict in this matter, I want to ask you to continue deliberation. If you feel as a group that it's impossible to reach a verdict in this matter, I'd like to know that too. You spoke earlier. I don't know if that means you're spoken or not, but you spoke earlier. I'm going to, anyone have objection to me talking the closest you are to me anyway, as to what's your thought? What's the jury's thought at this time?
I think it's impossible.
You think it's impossible? You believe that further let me ask you this a little further. Has your, without telling me which way it is or what count, which charge it is, has your numbers changed in any way?
No.
Do you anticipate that there being any hope of that taking place?
No.
If further deliberations resolve this? Jury, that other jurors have that same opinion?
Yes.
All right. I thank you for your effort. You've been out there, you've been out 9.5 hours, I think. Have you reviewed all the evidence thoroughly? I'm going to declare a mistrial. I appreciate your effort. And I'm going to let y'all exit through the jury room. We've got the bus here yet?
Yeah.
If the bus is not here, it's almost here.
It's here.
All right, the bus is here. Gonna pay you back, let y'all get you belong, head back to Forest County. I thank you for your service. I know I've asked a lot of you. I'm probably the next couple of weeks going to mail you a letter. Asking just, not about this case, but if there's anything that we can do to make your experience easier, better, not, as far as your accommodations, your food, if we ever have to do this again, at some point, in some case, we'll do it again. And y'all are the best judges on how to tell us to improve things. And if you've got any suggestions or things on how to improve our business, we'll do that. Thank you. We're going to get you on the road home just as quickly as possible. No one leaves the courtroom until the jury has had a chance to get out and get on the bus, okay? Thank y'all. I would like these notes to be made a part of the file. Court having declared a mistrial on this matter, I think that after 9.5 hours of deliberation, if it doesn't, just my reading of the jury, I think we were hopelessly deadlocked. I'll entertain y'all sometime in the next week or two about possible court date, trial dates for a new trial. I'm going to assume that it was asked for a change of venue in this case on this trial. If y'all can give me your thoughts on whether that's going to be the request for a new trial or not. If so, you can submit counties about where you would like to consider, okay? But court's going to declare a mistrial at this time. All right? Sheriff, if you would let me know when the bus gets gone anyway. I would ask this, that parties on my right side of the courtroom leave first.
Leave.
Then the parties on the left side of the courtroom leave at that time. Okay, I don't.
All right, so I think y'all pretty much got the gist, right? It in the mistrial. It was 11-1. Somebody just refused to change their vote. We don't know which way it went, but I am a firm believer that a blind man could see that he was at least guilty of a manslaughter. He did something to that boy. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell you, a grad student, still completing your internship, or externship, however you want to see it, for the career of your choice, the field that you are here getting your master's degree in. How do you abandon that after going over to see somebody who just strangled, Google search, how long does it take to strangle somebody? I was upset when I heard it. Like, I was like, we had been all day. I was trying to cook. We had just put up our Christmas tree because we slow over here. And I was like, I can't believe this. Like, 11-1. I honestly feel like, I mean, we don't know which way they were voting, but I do feel like there may have possibly been a person up there. It's always that one person, though. Deep down in me, I feel like somebody paid somebody, because anytime you got the ability to pull a senator, that's y'all senator, and a politician in to be your attorney, when you own, it sounds like y'all own pretty much half the damn town of Grenada. I feel like you got pulled. I feel like somebody always knows somebody. Mississippi ain't that. I mean, Mississippi is a pretty big state, but them towns are small as hell. You take 2 steps, you in the next town. You take 2 steps that way, you on farmland. Like, you in the fields. Like, it's just, I just have a hard time believing that 11 people, 12 people from a different county heard that case, and one person just couldn't connect the dots. I mean, the defense did not give not one explanation as to why Tim was in Jay Lee's car. You were in his car. They didn't give one explanation as to why Tim didn't contact the police when he knew that Jay Lee was missing. They didn't give an explanation as to why Tim was searching Jay Lee before everybody even knew that Jay Lee was missing. They didn't give an explanation as to why Tim was searching the police, talking about he was in a true crime. No. And I understand, like, when we talk about the justice system and the standards that we have in place, we don't want it to be abused, right? But we also don't want people that we know guilty to walk free either. So it's the justice system and the way that the court works is a double-edged sword. Justice for Jay Lee. Because, baby, he didn't get it today. But I promise you this. Jay Lee was speaking from the grave. Jay Lee been talking from the grave this whole time, and I just don't feel like his story is over. I don't feel like this is the end. I feel like this next time around, we might see a little something different this next time around. Just because I personally don't do it, but how many people write down they passwords inside their notes and save it to their iCloud? Who does that? I'm a millennial. I don't do that. I have a hard time writing down passwords, period, because I don't want nobody to come across my stuff. Jay Lee stored his password. And they never found his phone, y'all. They never found his phone. He stored his passwords in his iCloud, in his notes. And that is how the police came across what they came across. Who does that? That man was speaking from the grave, in my opinion. And I'm saying the grave because I think Jay Lee is gone. He disappeared on his mama's birthday. He walked away from his dog, his car, his entire life. A person living on the out. He was out. He wouldn't hide behind a church, a job, okay. He wouldn't hide behind a church, a job, a family. His family knew who he was. Jalen was proud to be who he was. So I have a hard time believing that somebody else did something to him, or that he just ran away, or that Tim don't know more than what he's putting on. You know what I'm saying? He don't know what he don't know. I just had a hard time believing that. My personal accounts, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So yeah, y'all, like that. Those are my sentiments, because I just feel like Jay Lee's family was not, and they did like a little they flashed the camera on the family real quick, and his I don't know if that was his mom or his sister, but they was just like very upset. You could tell that they were crying and upset because it was crazy. Like I would want to know why that one person held out. Because again, like I said, he was charged to capital murder, but there were 4 other lesser charges. Or I'm sorry, there were 3 other lesser charges they could have went for. 1st degree murder, 2nd degree murder, and manslaughter. You know what I'm saying? Even if they felt like it was a sex act gone bad, they could have got it with the manslaughter. Something happened. They were upset about the sex act, period. Like Sister Soldier told us. She told us in the closing. In the words of what's his name, Detective Thorpe, you don't get to blow me. This ain't 68. You don't blow me and I owe you one. That was the exact scenario. Okay. Jay Lee went over there. He did him. He didn't want to do him. They got into it. He left. They exchanging messages back and forth, XY, whatever's going on. And now all of a sudden you ready to give him the one that you owe. But come to find out, the one that you owe ain't something that you usually do, because you telling the police not to say that you probably didn't do it before, because you said that that's not what you do, but you acted like that's not what you do at the same time. I mean, I guess I'm not making sense right now. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I know that he was telling lies in his interrogation, and the police were able to point out lies. But I don't think when he said he didn't do that no more, I don't think he didn't do that type of thing. I don't think that was a lie. And then, he telling Jay Lee that was his first one. He got a million. He got a million condoms in a trash can, and I feel like the state, y'all dropped the ball, because y'all should have made sure everything was DNA tested, top and bottom. Everything should have been tested. You spent $30,000, baby. You got a receipt, because you need to send something back to the store. You didn't get your money's worth. I don't know if y'all have the capability to send that back on out there and get everything tested, but y'all need to redo that. Y'all owe that. You sitting on the stand talking about you're gonna find Jay Lee's body. Go test that DNA. Or did you test it and you ain't and y'all don't like the results? What's T? Yeah, because it's like we gotta pick and choose what we feel to be the truth out of the interrogation, G. And I just feel like when he said that was the truth. The way you acted was the truth. You didn't want to reciprocate while he was there, but now you're talking about you want to reciprocate. Ain't no telling what was said over the 14 seconds. Ain't no telling what was said when he got over there the first time. Ain't no telling how he got over there the first time. Okay, because we don't got Jay Lee's phone. All they got is iCloud and Instagram and social media passwords. We don't got Jay Lee's phone, so we don't know. We don't know. Baby, justice for Jay Lee. Justice for Jay Lee. Weren't tested, but can be up on request. Y'all need to go send it back. Send it back. Balloon me, okay? Because we lost this one. We lost this round, but baby, we're gonna get them the next time. So you don't have to worry about it, because we will be watching the old Mistrial the next time we come around. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna be looking out in the next couple of weeks, probably by the end of the month, early next month, for our next court day. We're gonna put it on our court calendar, okay? Yes, y'all, I'm getting me a calendar so we can work. I can keep track of our court dates that we're gonna be watching, of our trials that we're gonna be watching. Okay, and they asking the daddy like what them boots said. He like they still at home, baby. You just telling this damn lie. They better not go get them boots, TK. They better not go get them boots, TK. Yes, chat. He is back at home. He been at home. He been out on bond, girl. And they talking about his bond is going to expire because I think it's like a 3-year expiration on it or something he was saying. And so they're gonna have him he's gonna have to post a new bond, basically. Or renew his bond. I don't really know how they work, but they're gonna have to renew his bond. Okay. They need to go check every property that granddaddy owned. Yeah, Jen Wynn and Dad talking about the boots. They still in the same place that you left them, baby. You ain't left them boots in no same place for no 3 years, and he going home every night. Stop playing. Stop playing. Talking about you ain't know he. Yeah. Talking about he had a girlfriend and you didn't know that he was like that until this trial, baby. You been knew that. You seen it in him. You turned a blind eye because that ain't how you was brought up. We saw your daddy speak. Your daddy told us. Your daddy told us that he ain't going for none of that. Your daddy told us. Okay, and when he got up on that stand, baby, I saw a little in him too. Okay, I'm just being mad. I'm just being mad and messy right now. But when he got on the stand, he could like men too. Your daddy could probably like men too. Like I don't know. It just gave. Y'all knew that boy was gay. Them boots gone. Yes, there's gonna be a change of venue. Tim didn't want to be outed. He did not. I'm upset. I'm in a rant. I have nothing against and just as the disclaimer, y'all. I have nothing against the LGBTQ community. Plus, it's a lot of letters. I love y'all, but it's a lot of letters and symbols. Okay, I love y'all. I have family members a part of the community. My little sister is a part of the community. I have no issue with the people. Okay, I have no issue with the people. But baby, the way Daddy sat up there and said that he didn't see him with a girlfriend. Stop playing when the cousin then bust out in the laugh. He didn't chuckle up here on the stand. He didn't chuckle on the stand. They said, "Have you ever seen him with a girl?" He laughed and said, "I don't judge. I don't judge." They might move it to Jackson if they need to. Baby Brittany, it was a mistrial. We didn't get a verdict. They need to. It is the rock. It's a lot of letters. I love the community, but baby, y'all got a lot of letters and a symbol. I just sometimes I get a little mixed up. I love y'all though. Love the community. What Marla say? Wait a minute. Papa might have been tampering with little Timmy. I'm reaching. Oh, what? Not Granddaddy Bishop. Granddaddy Bishop was not. He was not. But they need to go check the other deacons in the church. Let's just say that. Why was it in Grenada? I don't know, TK. I don't know. Marlon T, I would not be surprised if he was. Not the bishop. They need to go check Bishop was telling stories on the stand. They need to go check the other members of that church though. Okay? Because at this point, yeah. It was in Oxford, not Grenada. It was in Lafayette County. Is where they held the trial. I thought the trial was in Lafayette. I think what they call it down there, because we call it Lafayette up here. In St. Louis, we say Lafayette. We don't say Lafayette. I want to say that's how they pronounce it down there. They had it in Lafayette. But the jury was from Hattiesburg. The jury was from Hattiesburg. Okay, Cam, I'm with you. It's the people that straddle the fence in situations like this. Not Grenada. Y'all say Lafayette too? Yeah, we say Lafayette. I don't know how where they got Lafayette from. Baby, he turned that hearing aid off. He lost all ability to hear something. Yeah, it's gonna be up his life for sure. Ooh, Marla. Marla in the chat clowning y'all. Okay, well, I probably got the details mixed up a little bit, Sarat. I thought I had it right, but if I'm wrong, just correct me so I can get it out there to the people the correct way. But that's kind of what I heard. All right, so y'all, we are watching the wedding anniversary murder. The wedding anniversary murder. They on day 5. This is a guy who actually unalived his wife on their 1-year anniversary trip up to Vermont. He has admitted to. I'm glad you covered this trial, Tay. No other content creator wanted to. I wonder why. I wonder why. Good morning, Joanna. I saw that Tim still be on dating sites. I'll be looking for him. Girl, you better not. You might come up missing. You don't want to mess with Tim. Little Timmy Tim. And they pretty much I gotta y'all know what today. I'm about to give me some Taco Bell today. I need some Taco Bell. Give me some Taco Bell today. Oh nah, because I did cook last night. I might go cook. Go warm me up something. I'm hungry. I've been up for a long time. All right, so back to our wedding anniversary trial. So we're gonna go back to wedding anniversary trial. Is everybody up to speed on where we go with this one? Or y'all feeling it, or y'all not feeling it? Do we need to switch? Because there is another. Let me stop sharing this. There is another trial that is gonna be starting up soon, and they're on motion days. So it's like we could watch from we can watch that from the beginning. It is the. Let me find it. I'm on the wrong channel. That's why. We can watch Karen Reed. Y'all want to watch? We can watch Karen. Yep, Karen Reed motion's going on. We can watch Karen. Or we can watch, we can go back to our wedding anniversary murder. You like the wedding one? Oh, you liked it? Okay. Okay, I'm missing a few. Alley Cat covered it too, but I haven't had time to check in. Oh, okay, cool. Child, leave Timmy where he please. Tim, y'all. Tim don't even own a phone or any technology right now. Folks probably make him stay home all day, every day. He needs to. He out here fighting a murder charge, capital murder, and he was outed on TV in front of everybody. Now everybody know. I do wonder what he be thinking or doing every day. They probably got him reading the Bible. But no. But give a quick recap. Okay. I like the wedding one. Invested in Karen Reed. I'm with you. Whatever you do, I'm gonna stick beside you. That's what I'm talking about, G. The husband's testimony is wild. I heard that he testified on day 5. We still on day 1. We got it sped up. Papa could have had because those bishops and they stay in hiding too. Absolutely, I believe that. Hey Tay, how's YouTube treating you? It's coming along. I feel like me and my people, we still finding our way, but I'm happy to have people that like to rock out with me. I'm happy to have people that want to sit and watch trials all day. So I think that it's coming along, Sheldon. Thank you. I still got to figure out how I'm going to introduce my other content on here because I got to start posting more. I got Taylor Talk going, but I want to redo it already. So yeah. Made some street fajitas off TikTok. Okay, Cam. Oh, he testified. Yes, he does testify in his own case. You know, some people like creeps. Broiler is in the chat clowning today. Thank you. Give it to us. We want all the content. I appreciate it. I gotta post my trial recap from yesterday. Well, I scheduled it this morning. Okay. I didn't get up to speed on Karen because I didn't watch Karen either. So I guess we'll jump back over to the guy. Y'all know our man. He unalived his little wife, and we gonna go on back over to the wedding trial. We gonna keep it sped up. Yes, it is sick people out here who like people who unalive. She said she gonna behave. I need to read the documents again. Okay, so let's get us on over to our next trial that we on.
I believe she was buying lunch.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Ferlazzo was doing there?
He was making a purchase as well.
Okay. So, in summary,
Mountain Performance TV is the hardest working software in television. Get started today at mountain.com.
Made with simple ingredients that are certified organic, vegan, and gluten-free.
Like the first left after that, there's like another little gas station down past that road.
Okay. All right, but he told you that he had killed his wife when you guys were on Route 36 when you were taking him back with him.
Yes.
Okay. All right, hold on a second.
And then I just stopped the car. I was like, yeah, no, oh my God.
Okay. All right, and did he put up a fight when you asked him to get out?
No, he was like, he's like, man, I don't want to go to prison. Don't take me back there. I said, and then he just started getting fidgety, and I don't know if he got anything on him. I mean, yes, I am armed, but I'm not looking at any confrontation, so I'll just get out of my car.
Okay. All right, hold on a second.
Because I got a family and wife and kids. I don't need this crap around me.
Okay, no, I completely understand. Do you know what his wife's name is?
Her name was Emily Ferlazzo. I'm guessing was. I don't know. Emily, EMLY.
Okay.
I don't know what her maiden name was. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, hold on 1 second. We're gonna transfer over, okay?
44. Yep.
Salvage agent 419, I expect your letters on the line. Call back 615-305-7127. Tonight, he had picked up his friend Joseph Ferlazzo, and he was bringing him back to the sedan bus that he lives in. On Route 36, Joseph has stated to Spencer that he had killed his wife tonight and that she was in this sedan. Joseph was not armed, and he asked him to get out. Now he's walking on Route 36. Joseph is on Route 36 in Fairfield? Yeah, he's just walking.
He's walking on 36. It's just before Woodland Ave over Fairfield Hill, like maybe a minute out of town.
Okay. On Fairfield Hill. Okay, and do you know what he's wearing something?
He's wearing a black long sleeve and pants or shorts. I honestly don't know. I wasn't looking. He stopped by the house. Just for a while, we planned on him moving his bus there with his wife.
What would your life be like if you were a rapid transformational therapist?
And
I don't have any more questions for Mr. Lemons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jantz.
Do you need a break? Okay. Because I saw you becoming some emotional listening to that can you hear me? 911 call. Joseph was your friend, wasn't he?
Yes.
And
Yes.
thank you. And you were surprised when he told you that he had killed Emily, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, he asked you if you would kill him, didn't he?
Yes.
You told the 911 dispatcher that you were armed, right?
Yes.
And you had a gun in the car that you were driving in, correct?
Yes.
And Joseph typically carried a weapon as well, didn't he?
Yes.
But you didn't know that night if he were armed or not, correct?
Correct.
You didn't think he'd ever be able to do something like that, did you?
I don't know.
Well, based on your friendship with him from, I think you said 2017, so 3 years you knew him prior to this event, right? Yeah.
About that.
Okay. And had you ever seen him demonstrate any kind of violence that would lead you to think this is the kind of thing he could do?
I had not witnessed that myself.
Would you say he was very distraught when you told him to get out of the car?
It seemed that way.
Are you having trouble with the,
It seemed that way. Sorry.
that's okay. In fact, you told the police in an interview that the guy doesn't like violence, isn't that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You remember a conversation with Sergeant LeBombard? You had more than one, I know you did. Do you remember that one in particular?
That was 3 years ago. It's hard to remember.
Okay. But you've already told us that you hadn't observed violence, Joseph exhibiting violence over the 3 years you'd known him, right?
I had not witnessed it.
Okay. May I have a moment, please?
Yes.
That's okay. Thank you. I have nothing else.
No redirect, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. You're all set.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the state calls Trooper Adam Lippa.
Felony affirm that the evidence you have is produced the cause down consideration shall be the full truth and nothing but the truth on this case shall be heard. I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm reminding everybody to keep their voices up.
All right.
It's just difficult to hear in here. So if we remind you, please project. Could you please state your name?
Adam Lippa,
Could you spell your last name for us, please?
Lippa,
How are you employed?
through the Vermont State Police
When did you begin working for the Vermont State Police?
in July 2018.
Have you worked for other police agencies?
Prior to that, I worked for the Burlington Police Department from January 2015 until I started with the state.
What station have you been assigned to since you became a trooper?
The St. Albans Barracks.
Were you working for the Vermont State Police on October 19th of 2021?
I was.
Was that in St. Albans?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, were you asked to respond to Meadowbrook Lane in the city of St. Albans?
You can call me Detective Alex Cross. You're not in my head. I'm definitely living rent free.
Right here, right now. We'll show you how.
When an emergency strikes, every second counts. Give to Doctors Without Borders today.
Yes, it was actually the late evening of the 18th, but
Okay,
same time frame.
thank you. Who asked you to respond to that location?
Sergeant Paquette,
What information were you given, if anything, about why you were going to that location?
I was asked to see if there was a white minibus there and advised it may have been used in a crime, but there was not yet probable cause to seize it.
Around what time were you asked to do that?
I was asked at about 10:45 p.m. on the evening of the 18th.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
It was about 11 o'clock that night.
Was the minibus there?
It was.
Did you see anyone in it?
I did not.
Did you see anyone outside of it?
I did not.
How long were you there?
Before other people showed up,
Yes.
it was about another 45 minutes, I believe.
And during that time, did anybody leave the van?
Nope,
Did anyone enter the van?
nope,
Did anyone move the van?
no.
So you said about 40 minutes after you arrived, some other folks arrived. That
I did say that. I think it was actually like an hour and 40 minutes.
okay. And who arrived?
At one point early on, Trooper Berkovic kind of came as I was sitting there. And then about an hour and 40 minutes later, Sergeant Paquette and Captain Hill, I think along with a few other troopers, arrived.
And what was discussed when everybody arrived, when everybody was congregated?
There was a discussion of doing a protective sweep of the inside of the van.
And did that happen?
It did.
What information, if any, had been conveyed to you about why you might be going in the van?
Dispatch advised that there was a phone call they received indicating that the defendant's wife was deceased inside the van.
When you said that you were doing a protective sweep, what were you looking for?
We were looking for a person that was in distress in need of medical care.
Who entered the van?
Sergeant Paquette, myself, and Trooper Berkovic.
Who went first?
Sergeant Paquette.
And who went second?
I did.
And third?
Trooper Berkovic.
Can you describe for the jury what the interior of the van looks like?
Yeah, I can kind of best describe it as a converted mini school bus. So it had the doors that open similar to how you get on a school bus. When you're standing on the stairway going up into it, the driver's compartment would be on your right. And then towards the left, it was converted. Instead of having seats in there like a normal school bus, there was kind of still the center aisle with a small kitchen on one side, bathroom, shower on the other side. And as you made your way kind of towards the back of it, there was a bed with storage above it and below it.
Did you see a human body in the van?
I did not.
Where was Sergeant Paquette looking?
So he initially entered the van and kind of went towards the back, went in, made a left, and went towards the back near where the bed was set up.
And where were you looking?
I was kind of in the middle portion of the van.
And what about Trooper Berkovic?
He was behind me, kind of just dealing with the entryway. And
how would you describe the condition of the van?
it was certainly lived in, a little cluttered, but nothing jumped out as being broken or, in disrepair. You could tell the bed was unmade. There were some containers out on the cabinet. It didn't show signs that there was a fight or anything that screamed out at me.
Was there a mattress on the bed?
There was.
And was there bedding on the bed?
There was. It was not like a made up bed, but there were pillows and bedding and sheets. It looked like a bed that someone had slept in. And
can you describe where in the van the bathroom is located?
so as you enter the van, you make a left, and if you're facing the back of it, it would then be on your left-hand side.
And is there any sort of a doorway or anything that blocks the bathroom from the rest of the van?
I believe there was a shower curtain.
Did you look in the bathroom?
I did.
And can you please describe to the jury what you saw in the bathroom area?
There's a small toilet, a small shower, and on the floor of the shower, there were a number of black trash bags kind of stacked up.
Could you see inside the trash bags?
I could not.
Were they tied or were they open?
They were tied shut.
Do you recall how many there were?
There were enough that they were mounded up, but I did not get a count.
And did you do anything with the trash bags?
I picked the top trash bag up just to verify that there was no way Emily was somehow tucked under there, and then I placed it back down.
Can you describe what that top bag felt like to you when you lifted it up?
It felt light, and it was kind of puffy looking, so it looked like there were maybe pillows or some type of lighter bedding.
And did you lift any other trash bags?
I did not.
Did you move any other trash bags?
I did not.
How long were you in the van?
I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
And what did you do when you left the van?
I stood by with the van and ultimately at Captain Hill's direction arranged for it to be towed back to the barracks. I then stayed with it until it was towed back.
In October of 2021, did Vermont State Police give troopers body-worn cameras?
Yes,
And did you have one in October of 2021?
yes,
Was it running?
it was.
Have you reviewed your body camera footage, which the state pre-marked as State's Exhibit 5 prior to testifying today?
I have.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the van as you saw it on October 19th of 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 5 and
No objections. No, State Exhibit 5 is admitted.
yes, and
Without objection.
I'm going to.
Well, we can't see it now. Now we can see it. Can they all see it?
Is there any sort of a glare?
Stacey, you have to see it.
I only get one childhood.
Social media is taking it away from me. It makes us worry more. I want my childhood.
God, a lot of crime.
Hey, please, hello?
Large trash bags. White. White. Top lines. It looks like there was hollow space under the bed. So I don't know if these are all individual drawers. Dog bed. Not enough bag. But not heavy enough to have body parts in it. Yeah. So there's that back door. Cause there's like, it looked like from the bottom window, there was a bit of space under the bed. Which makes sense, cause everything behind the drawers from like here back. Well, I don't know if it's just that upper little latch. Yeah, well, I'm wondering about opening the back door to look underneath. Okay. Yeah. You're seeing everything in there, and there's nothing of rifle, dog crate.
I want you to be my coach. I want you to be my coach.
Come here. Right here, right now. We'll show you how.
Our boy has some.
I'm showing you what I have marked as stage 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Could you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
They appear to all be screenshots from the video that was just played.
And are those screenshots a fair and accurate representation of your body camera?
They are.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit states 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson?
No objection.
States 6 through 11 are admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I have no other questions for Trooper Licka.
Okay, thank you, Trooper.
Thank you.
So Judge, before, if we could just publish those exhibits for the
Yeah.
jury.
You want to publish them by hand or on the?
They're right here. Yeah.
Okay.
I think so, because I have to play that. Oh, yeah, maybe. Your Honor, the stage next calls Detective Sergeant James Forrest.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to cause and under consideration shall be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and obtained without the murder.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are learning that the acoustics in this room are not great, so try to keep your voice up so that the folks in the back of the jury can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
James Voris, V as in Victor, Ooris.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by the Vermont State Police
How long have you been employed by the Vermont State Police?
since January 2014.
And were you employed by them on October of 2021?
Yes,
And were you a detective sergeant at the time?
yes,
Are you still?
yes.
At some point, were you assigned as the case officer for an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, I was.
And what is that? What does it mean to be a case officer?
So to be a case officer, so I'm assigned to the major crime unit. So as a case officer, I'm responsible for the organization of a case. As a detective sergeant, I'm responsible to conduct interviews, collect evidence, review evidence, author search warrants, just general investigative actions.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you sort of collect all of that for the case?
Yes, so there'll be several or numerous individuals that work on a case, and I collect their reports and their work product. I compile it into a case file and provide it.
Okay. And have you reviewed all of the evidence in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you prepare evidence for the court for this trial?
Yes, I did.
And what does that entail?
So specifically with the physical evidence for this trial, I just recently packaged it in clear evidence bags so it was visible without having to having it removed from the paper evidence bags it was in.
Okay. And do you recall some of the stuff you did that for?
I do.
The jury hasn't seen any of it yet, but can you tell them just some of it?
I repackaged projectiles, a casing, ammunition, some pillows. I believe that might be it.
Okay. All right. So when you were assigned to this case, what information did you have initially?
So initially, I learned that other troopers were investigating a missing persons case, and I responded to the St. Albans State Police Barracks to assist with that.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time?
I was assigned to the Major Crime Unit.
Okay. And did it matter? Do you know why you were going to St. Albans?
Yes, so it was a missing persons complaint at the time, but there were circumstances that were known to law enforcement that made it suspicious. And if it ultimately was a homicide, it would be assigned to the Major Crime Unit. So oftentimes, if we kind of have some suspicious circumstances, we'll get involved early on.
And was there some connection to St. Albans that brought you there?
There was a vehicle located in St. Albans by other troopers, and that's where they were meeting. So that's where we met.
Okay. And so did you do anything to attempt to locate Emily?
I did.
What was that?
So I requested records, what we call exigent records, location records related to her cell phone, her Facebook account, and Joseph Ferlazzo's cell phone.
Okay. Did the Facebook records provide anything useful in an attempt to locate her?
There was location data provided by Facebook. It was the last known location of the device associated with the account.
And where was that?
It was, so Facebook provides that in a latitude, longitude. They provide a latitude and longitude. And when you map it, it was Bolton Valley, Vermont, near Bear Run.
Okay. So it was that specific that it actually said it was near Bear Run in Bolton Valley?
The accuracy, I don't recall exactly what it was, but it was good.
Okay. And do you recall what the time was for that last known location of the device?
I believe it was October 15th, 2021 at 10:14 p.m.
Okay. And just to be clear, that was for Emily's device?
Emily's Facebook account. That was associated with her Facebook account.
And was that location of Bear Run in Bolton significant to you at the time?
Yes.
And why is that?
The information I had was that her last known location was in Bolton, Vermont.
Okay. And on October, skipping ahead to October 19th, were you made aware that Joseph Ferlazzo was at the St. Albans BSP barracks?
Yes.
And was he there related to this incident?
Yes.
And do you know how he arrived at the barracks?
I do. I learned that Detective Sergeant Amy Nolan, who at the time was also a member of MCU, had located Joseph at the Maple Fields in St. Albans, Vermont.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing there at the time?
I believe she was buying lunch.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Ferlazzo was doing there?
He was making a purchase as well.
Okay. So in summary, what information did you have at the time about Mr. Ferlazzo's possible involvement in Emily's disappearance?
So I knew the information that Trooper Cody had obtained the night prior. I read his report when I came into the office. I knew that Spencer Lemons had called 911 and made a report and what he reported. And then I had attempted to locate Emily through her device and Joe through his device. And then I learned that Sergeant Nolan located Joe.
Okay. And so at the time that Mr. Ferlazzo was at the barracks, had anybody located Emily?
No, she had not been located.
Okay. And regarding the 911 call, the jury just heard the 911 call. Do you recall when that was?
I believe the timestamp is a few minutes after midnight on October 19th, like 12:03 a.m. on October 19th, 2021.
Okay. And at what time was Mr. Ferlazzo brought to the barracks?
Shortly after 2 p.m. on October 19th, 2021.
Okay. So approximately 14 hours after the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long, and so once he arrived at the barracks, where did he go?
It's my understanding he went into an interview room at the St. Albans State Police Barracks.
Okay. So you weren't a part of that?
I was not.
Okay. How long was he in the interview room before you spoke with him?
It's about 20 minutes.
Okay. And while he's in the interview room, is that room recorded?
Yes, the interview room is audio and video recorded.
And so during those 20 minutes before you spoke with him, what was happening in the interview room?
Mr. Ferlazzo was in the interview room. There was a uniformed trooper, I believe it was Sergeant Michael Philippek, that was in there with him. Sergeant Philippek searched Mr. Ferlazzo, and then they just had general conversation for about 20 minutes. Mr. Ferlazzo was brought some food. He was brought a beverage. He was brought a blanket.
Okay. And was that all at his request?
I believe so, yes.
So when you went into the interview room, had anybody spoke to Mr. Ferlazzo about Emily?
Not to my knowledge.
And so how did you start your interaction with him?
I introduced myself. I told him who I was, who I worked for, and I read Mr. Ferlazzo his Miranda rights.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 12. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the Miranda warnings that I filled out on the 19th and that I read to Mr. Ferlazzo and that he signed and dated.
And this is a fair and accurate depiction of the Miranda warnings.
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit States 12.
Any objection to States 12?
No objection.
States 12 is admitted without objection.
Up on the screen here now, is that the Miranda form that we just admitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you go over each of these questions with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, they're not really questions. They're his rights. But I read them to him. I read them to him. I asked if he understood them. And then I asked if he wants to speak with me.
Okay. And then this part, the 1019, 245, and the signature, who wrote those?
Mr. Ferlazzo wrote the signature, and I believe he dated and signed it, or dated and time stamped it as well.
Okay. How long did you speak with Mr. Ferlazzo in the interview room?
I believe our total interview was about 2.5 hours, maybe a little less.
Okay. And was that entire interaction, including those 20 minutes before you went in, captured on video
Yes.
and audio?
Yes, ma'am. There are times where he requested to use the bathroom or we went outside and he smoked a cigarette. Those are not captured on the audio and video, but we also use a backup like digital recorder and that just goes in your pocket. So that's captured on that.
Okay, so either through video or audio, the entire time that you were speaking with Mr. Ferlazzo on the 19th is captured in some way.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed that interview recording?
Yes.
The state has, are you aware the state has marked that as States 19?
Yes.
Okay. And is it an accurate representation of the entire time that Mr. Ferlazzo was in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, the state would move to admit States 19?
Yes, thank you, Judge. We do object to the admission of the recorded interview. We have previously provided the court with written reasons why we believe the statement was not voluntary. We renew everything that is contained in our previously filed motion and ask the court to exclude this interview from this trial. We further move to exclude it because it contains information about post-mortem injuries to Emily Ferlazzo's body. We've previously filed a written motion to exclude those testimony concerning that those injuries. We renew everything, all the bases that are in our previously filed motion to exclude, and ask the court to exclude that testimony on the grounds that it is not relevant, not probative of any essential element in the case, and is highly prejudicial to Mr. Ferlazzo's rights. So for those, we also, when we come to it, there are photographs of Mr. Ferlazzo at the end of the interview that we also have objected to the introduction of. I know that's a separate exhibit we can deal with when the state introduces it, but I believe it will be shown as part of this video. And so we are objecting to the introduction of those photographs as unnecessary, not probative, and highly prejudicial to Mr. Ferlazzo.
Certainly on the voluntariness issue, that's an issue you can argue to the jury, but for reasons stated in a long written decision, that objection is overruled, and the jury may hear the statements in the interview that was done. With regard to the postmortem injuries, the court has previously filed a written order as well. The court will stand by that order and overrule that objection and allow the admission of the postmortem injuries as we have already outlined what can and will not be admitted in that regard. And the pictures of Mr. Palazzo, frankly, the court didn't find it certainly had relevance and had very minimal prejudice. So those were also subject to a written order as well. So your objections are noted and overruled.
Thank you. Just with respect to timing, Judge, I know this, do you want to take a break now before you start this, or start it and then take a break?
I'd probably start it and take a break at 2:30, which is my usual time, maybe.
But Mr. Palazzo needs to.
Oh, does he need a break?
Judge, I'm not starting it right now. If we can, I have like 5 more questions before I start it.
So
You wanna do that?
if he needs a break, we'll obviously need to take a break. But why don't you ask any leading questions you need before the video is played?
Okay. So before we play the video, after Mr. Ferlazzo waived his Miranda rights, did you ask him if he had any idea what investigators wanted to speak to him about?
Yes, I did.
And what was his response?
Something to the effect of he was there to talk to us. I didn't have to beat around the bush, and that he believed we had talked to Spencer already.
Okay. And the jury has just heard from Spencer. Did you ask him what happened to Emily?
So, Judge, the best evidence is the video, and this will all be heard by the jury pursuant to the court's instruction. There's really no point in having Detective Voris repeat what they're going to see on the video. So I object to these questions.
It's overruled so long as it's quite limited in scope.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Did you immediately ask him what happened to Emily?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He explained that they had traveled to Vermont for a weekend away. I believe they went to Bolton. When they got to Bolton, he described her as being psychotic. I think he uses the term berserk. And ultimately, he told me he shot her twice in the head.
Okay. How quickly into the interview did he tell you this?
A minute or two after his Miranda.
Okay. And do you recall what he stated when you asked him to describe Emily when he shot her?
He told me at some point in the interview, he explained that the fighting had stopped and she was laying on the bed.
Okay. So, Judge, we would now seek to start the video. If you want to take a break.
Okay. So if folks need a break, we'll take a break. Let's keep it relatively short. It's 2:10 now. Let's be back at 2:20.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, please. I'll help if you need it. Yeah, I know. Can you see, Josie? Okay. Can you all see?
Bill Blair.
I think so. Yeah, shut the lights. Is that better or worse? It is your time.
Still be right. Need coffee or anything? I'm gonna give it some food. Okay. We're just gonna search again. Make sure you don't, can I let that or do you want me to patch down the outside? I'm kind of old, so I'll take it up. I'll take it up. Have a good day, man. Long day, huh? Yeah. You got your keys? Any nice on those keys? Oh, yeah. There's like a little baby, oh, that? I said that right there. You turn around? Yep. We do this, we always make sure anybody that comes in here doesn't have any knives or anything on them. Is that your wallet? Yeah, you said that there.
As long as you never see the videos where police don't do a good search and it shows up all over the internet and things go crazy because maybe they or something we don't mind. I'm saying would do that just because it doesn't sometimes happen.
Yeah.
So everybody.
Especially here in Vermont, everybody allowed to have guns. There's nothing illegal about it. We're just always hyper-vigilant. Yeah. So have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
I think Amy said she's gonna get you 2 weeks in longer.
Yeah. More than that. Get my shoulder on this. You start confiscate it. I'm not gonna keep something illegal about it. Go with that, pop it off this. Yeah. You, yeah. What were you doing? Just going to the gas station? Yeah. Shot you? Yeah. No way. Were you on the side of the road? Yes. Well, I guess you shall. You just. What time is it? What day is it? Basic stuff. Yeah. It is Tuesday, October 19th, 2006. I was looking at this for a year. On Park Street? Yeah. What was that? I said, how about that? So you don't have it that way? No, I was a teacher there. Actually, the area. Yeah, I lived there for years. It's a good spot. Close to everything. Do you own a house there? Yeah. Yeah. Probably could buy a house with the rentals. Expensive there? 24. Yeah. Sure, by 5 corners, right? Yeah. Yeah. For shots, everything. Big bang for location. Yeah, right. What time did you just start? We started at 8. Yeah, so I do like 8 to 8, like 12 or something. No, 9. You see the 9 and 10 hours.
I'm able to just sandwich that one and hold you over. You have any? Okay, I'll go get ham, turkey.
Somebody like that. I
I just have to remember. I just said, all the food I can find.
You don't cook it.
All right, you got it.
I appreciate your effort.
You got it. All right, I'll get you a sandwich.
No, no. I'm not that kind of guy. Really sweet, huh? Really off sugar for a while. Yeah. Day shifts, we start at 8, and then we go till 5. Some guys work split, other guys start at 5 and work all night, so it's staggering. And, oh my God. You see that blanket? Yeah, there you go. It's cold out there. Yeah, fall is finally here. Oh, yeah. Shivering. Big moment. I'm glad they doubled up. You ever been here before? I know you said you're from Essex, but this place, if you need anything while you're here, you know, just holler, we'll get you water or whatever. There's a bathroom up to that door. There's another bathroom down the way. Just, as long as you just ask somebody, make sure you get to where you gotta go. How's that going? I said, it's not well. It's not well. I'm over here actually just focusing on trying to keep my stomach to let it go. Is it something you eat today? Yeah, it's pretty rich. It's not easy or something. Looking for what? Yeah. 6 years. 6 years. New things, I guess. High chefs, yeah. Long term. What is kind of cool about our job, I guess, is we don't have to be in the office every day. We work from hours, essentially. We don't really have to be in the office. Yeah. So sometimes I'll go like weeks without actually. Yeah. When I was living in Pennsylvania, my friends worked on the meeting. They still had to go and for the rolls all the time. They had like charter, I think, or something about it. Yeah. Every BD's stays a little different. Yeah. Feel like even like they're not doing really anything. Burlington PD, they got going and like actually clock in, like physically. With like paper and like it's like digital, yeah, but it's digital now, yeah. Yeah. I think they use a badge or ID or something, they like scan it in, so it's all recorded on site. You want this close? Somebody's want to walk by with this? No, it's okay. It's okay. I try to be nice when I'm just trying to work. Everybody walks by, talks, you know, whatever. To me, it's like I can't, it's just distracted. That's why I'm coming here right now. Or I'll close the door to my office. Yeah. You drink coffee? Yeah. Yeah, just drink a shot of espresso. Oh, you did? Yeah. Is that at the Maple Fields there? Yeah. telegraph tunnel. They didn't have break room that we were just standing by, they didn't have any. I appreciate the thought. Yeah, of course, when whoever comes in here, talk, step out and see if I can try some guns for you. Do you have anything else, Joe? We can get you more water, of course. I think there's some tea floating around here. I'm not sure what kind of tea. Don't know. Every now and then, I like sodas and stuff in the fridge. Some protein powder. Protein shake. I haven't done that in a while. But I used to do it every day. And that's why I haven't done it in a while. I can still so vividly picture the taste. Yeah. I'll be mix it up. Yes, it's never been good. I don't think it's supposed to be though. Yeah, I guess usually when they come in, I just chug it. And I used to care about the consistency and now I just don't care. Yeah. Who was I supposed to talk to? I don't know. JP. There is a JP here, is that what they said? Yes, yes. You want to talk to me? Huh? I'm not sure. I got a over there. I mean, I see people in and out of it. But I'm not sure if it's over there. They're probably putting it all together and it's to be in front of it. I'm not sure. They're probably start work. Obviously, those conversations I'm not part of because I'm here with you, so I'm not in it. Next updates from my wife today was my daughter's first day daycare. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Good pictures and stuff? Not yet. And I asked her something. So she's just texting me updates and she's doing well. Daycare. Or daycare, preschool. Is it just, it's just a daycare. It's daycare. She's only here. Oh, wow. Okay. She's super good. Yeah. So I was nervous this morning. You were? Yeah. She's never been to daycare before. She's got to come back with the runny nose. Yeah, right. Probably that's gonna be nothing to worry about. And then you're gonna get a runny nose. Oh, no, the kids are like little petri dishes, but they just breed germs. Yeah, everywhere. They haven't built the antibodies, so like it gets to like a stronger version of the virus, and then you can get your ass kicked by it. Yeah, that's how I got what I believe was COVID. Did you? That was 2019. This cute little kid, literally his entire face was booger. They were beautiful. Yeah, huge like sausage for eyeballs, like big long lashes like this. Yeah. And I'm holding the arms like I'm looking at him and I'm like so sick from this. But it was good. I was on my lap. You know, I actually was like, I gotta get this room clean with this kid. Sure enough, you got sick. So it was like, yeah. I think it was COVID. It was like, did you lose like smell and taste and all that? Not really. Yes, not really. It was just kind of like you're run of the mill sort of flu. Yeah, yeah. I were coughing for like 3 weeks. Yeah. You know, that was getting old pretty. That's what a lot of people say. It's just bad cold or bad flu. That when you're like lost taste or lost smell. Yeah. I get a little bit like my congestion, but like I think that's pretty typical. Like, yeah. Any sinus. Just like anything. Yeah. Yeah. One of my family friends had it. And, same thing. No, I just don't have my nose. Yeah. It's fine. But it's positive. Yeah. But no fine. I just slept a little extra for a week and good. Yeah. Seems to be pretty more common than not. The bad cases are pretty few and far between. You said you're in Pennsylvania now? Or that's where you used to live? That's where I was born. That's where you're born? Yeah. Wonder how it is there. Every state you go to is obviously different. Like with how the common person feels about the whole situation. I went to visit my in-laws in New York. And everywhere around there, like nobody, like in the height of the pandemic, no one cared. Nobody was wearing a mask. You know, about Florida doing the same thing. Then you go up here, it's like everybody's wearing a mask. You feel awkward if you weren't. You know, I masked and I didn't mask and I touched things and I didn't use hand sanitizer every second. Really, I just lived on it the way I was living it. Yeah. It just has a negative. Yeah. I'm pretty sure whatever the fuck that thing was in 19 was the thing. The big bad looking monster. Yeah, right. Of the super flu that they shut America down for. Crazy times. Yeah. Honestly, like, I mean, I guess picture yourself being America and you have like $1 trillion debt that somebody's calling in. What's the easiest way to like break the economy? Just break it. It's broken. It's broken. Yeah. But then you know you're not. But then on the level, everybody's like spending their savings. But then it jumped back up. Yeah. I imagine that's gotta be pissing some people off. Probably. Cool. Okay. Joe, is it Joe or Joseph? Which do you prefer? Do you have a preference? Whatever's your view. Whatever you prefer. I'm James. James. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, Seth. All right. Do not spend my time. Okay. I'm just happy to hang right there. I don't need it right now. All right. Yep. Appreciate it. It's just, we're just gonna shut the door just for privacy purposes. I'm sure you saw there's a few people walking around. Do you need anything? I see you got water. Somebody got you some food? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Yeah. All right. So like I said, my name is James. This is Seth. We work for the state police for detectives. And we've been trying to get up to speed on what's going on today, and it's our understanding that you might be able to help us kind of understand a few things. We are happy to listen. Our ultimate goal is to find Emily, and we're hoping that you can help us with that. Before we get going, I just want to be fair to you. Obviously, we're here in a state police barracks, right? And I just said we're at state police, so I just want to make sure that you're aware of the rights that you have. So I'll read these to you. We're here. St. Albans, Vermont. Are you from Vermont? Not originally. Not originally. I've been lived here since 2012. Okay, that's longer than me. Today is 19th of October. Up in this area the whole time, or? Oh, just sort of bouncing around. I'm trying to Richmond and Essex. Essex area? Yeah. All right. I'm over here. I'm going to read these to you, and I'll just ask that if you understand them, you tell me yes. If not, we'll go over them again, okay? So the first one says that you have the right to remain silent. You understand that? Yeah. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Right. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before questioning and to have a lawyer present with you during any questioning. Make sense? Right. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you at public expense before any questioning, if you wish. In Vermont, that is called a public defender. Make sense? Yeah. If you decide to answer questions, you may stop the questioning at any time. Make sense? Yes. Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you? Yes. Do you want to talk to me now? Yes. Okay. So this next section is just the waiver. It says, I've been advised that I have the right to remain silent, to be represented by a lawyer, to talk with one prior to questioning, and to have one present during questioning. Knowing my rights, I agree to waive them and talk to you now. No threats or promises have been made to me. So if you agree to that, I'll sign right here. Right. Sorry. Oh, you're going to take it. Thank you for that. It's 2:45 p.m. All right. So Joe, is it fair to say that you have an idea of what we want to talk about? Yeah. All right. I'm here to talk to you. Like, you don't have to be here. Okay. I'm sure you already talked to Spencer. I fucked up. Plain and simple. Like, I have a fucking last. And it's something that I cannot do. So here we are. All right. Well, why don't we, I think what would be helpful for me is just have you start from the beginning of what happened, and start from the beginning, and we'll listen. And then, maybe at the end we'll have a few questions, so we'll go from there. Is that fair? Yeah. All right, so I'll turn it over to you. So, kind of what happened. So I came to Vermont. I was living in New Hampshire for like the last 2 months with my wife and her family. And came to Vermont. We're supposed to have like a weekend away, vacation, do some camping, like have some fun. And like as soon as I put the vehicle in park, like my wife went completely berserk, like completely psychotic. And I shot her. And now here we are. So, all right. Can you, where did that happen? Saturday evening? No. No. Saturday morning. I think I was. It was like, yeah, it was Saturday morning. Yeah, I got my days screwed up. Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that point. I really can imagine I've done them for days. My mind isn't right now, so. So tell me about like how, your wife said Emily, correct? Mm-hmm. Tell me about you and Emily getting to Bolton, like when you got there, how you got there, the vehicle you were in, that kind of thing. We drove the machete. I guess we got there Friday. Where were you guys coming from? New Hampshire. So you go straight from New Hampshire to Bolton? Okay. Where in Bolton? Bolton's a big town. The resort. Can you describe it to me? The resort. Yeah. Ski resort. Yeah, there's a bunch of buildings up there, right? Yeah. So whereabouts were you guys when all this happened? Like, where were you headed? My sister was like Airbnb, so I was like using an opportunity to like spend time with my family. Okay. And we just went doing terrible, doing so. Right. Do you know where at the resort? Had you arrived at the resort when this happened? Yeah, like we were there, and we stopped. Typical, like got some stuff to drink. Trying to like listen to music. I was trying to put some candles on. Some wine. And throwing candles around, something, put them out, turn music on. Just being like forceful and aggressive with me. Just turned on punching and kicking and just a lot of hurtful things. I can't remember all of them, but all I know is I was just dumbfounded that making all this effort to like try to do something nice. Just get treated like shit.
When we're talking about the candles and the wine stuff, is that the Airbnb you're talking about, or is that in your RV?
In the Airbnb.
Is it part of that, the resort?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it near the Airbnb that your sister was at?
Yeah.
I'm not super familiar with Darius, is there just like a parking lot?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that where this happened?
Yes.
Okay. And so, when you say there was a lot of kicking and punching, like who was kicking and punching?
I don't kick and punch. Like,
You don't?
I don't. Okay. I've never heard all of that until now. I don't. Like, I don't engage.
Okay.
Like, I am punching back.
So,
And I didn't want to be punching back anymore.
so was everyone punching you?
I just had like a moment, and then like, I don't know, like,
Where was she punching you?
in my arm and like kicking me in the groin, like, just like body blows and, just shorts.
And was this kind of the punching and kicking, was that occurring inside the van? Or you call it a van? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, whatever you try to,
Okay.
whatever you like, in the vehicle.
The vehicle.
That's better.
Works for me.
Okay.
So vehicles parked up at Bolton, near the Airbnb, and kind of the situation between you and Emily is occurring inside of the van. How did that turn into, I heard you say that you shot her, so explain how that incident continued.
I don't even know. Like, I just know that I like sat down and like was. I don't know, like something inside my head, just like I remember feeling really warm, and I remember feeling blurry, and I don't know. Something inside me said enough is enough.
Okay. And what did you shoot her with? A pistol. Okay. Do you know what kind of pistol?
It's a Glock pistol.
A Glock. Whose Glock is it? Okay. Where is the Glock now?
In the bus.
It's in the bus. Okay. Can you describe Emily when you shot her? And what was she doing?
She had stopped fighting, and she's gone and laid down. And then jumped on top of her. And I shot her.
How many times? Okay. What did you do next?
Cleaned up and had like an anxiety attack and I don't know if that's that.
Okay. Describe what you mean when you say you cleaned up.
Blood coming over her head, so I put a bag over it, so extra blood. And cleaned up, there's blood on the pillows. Just everything.
Okay. What kind of bag? Like a trash bag. Okay. Are those still in the bus? Okay. Where's Emily?
She's in the
Where in the bus?
bathroom.
She's in the bathroom. I haven't been in the bus. So can you describe the bus for me? Like what's the layout? You walk through the doors.
Bathroom, kitchen, and bed.
Okay. It'll be easier to control the diagram. The bus, I did see it from the outside. It's pretty big. Get off here.
Second. Down. Bathroom, shower, toilet, running. Yeah.
Which is the front of the bus of that? Would you mind just, maybe just for reference for us, just labeling what you hear? So you said this is the bathroom? And I thought I heard you said this circle is Emily, that's what you depicted. Could you label that for me too? And then the bed. So, just so I understand, so the incident where you jumped on top of her and shoot her, that occurred. Great, well, yes, the first one, just put your name on that, just so we drew it. It's still 19, or next to a fun data for me. Just to reference this picture for a second, hold this up. Yeah, the incident that you described where you jump on top of her and shot her twice in the head, drag her on the bed, this bed here, at the back of the bus. And then you explained that, you put the bag on her because she's bleeding, and you cleaned up. So just so I understand, how did she get from the bed to the bathroom?
Carried her.
You carried her?
Yes, sir.
Was it obvious that she was deceased?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you move her to the bathroom?
I was trying to clean the blood from the things underneath there.
Okay, so like the blanket and stuff underneath there?
Yeah.
Okay. Where in this bus is the firearm that you used to lock?
In the bed.
It's in the bed. Are there any other firearms in there?
Yes.
Okay. What other guns are there?
There's like one other small pistol and, hunting rifle, I think shotgun.
Okay. And then I think one thing I would like to clarify is the time that this happened. So do you know about the time you arrived at Holden Valley on Friday when you came from New Hampshire? 8 p.m. Friday night?
Roughly earlier. Okay. I would say give it a window like 7 to 8.
So you arrived between 7 and 8. And what time did the shooting happen approximately?
Maybe like 1 or 2
a.m.?
1 or 2.
Which would be fair to say that's Saturday morning?
That's Saturday morning.
Okay. Okay. And so after you kind of clean up and you put Emily in the bathroom, what do you do?
I don't know, I had like a panic moment and all I can remember is like a jumble, like no sense, like nothing made sense. Whatever, it was just basically blank flashes. If you go to like a disco, you just look up, like there's nothing. I don't following morning, I had some breakfast with my sister. I had some coffee and some breakfast with her.
Tell me about that.
I had some coffee and some breakfast with my sister.
In the Airbnb?
The coffee was in the Airbnb, and then we were out down the street for some breakfast.
Okay. Did you talk about what had happened?
No,
No?
I was meeting her boyfriend, so.
Okay. All right. Did they ask about Emily?
Yeah.
What they asked?
Just like, what's her deal?
What'd you say?
I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, my role is like her husband, but also just fucking back. Like,
Did they ask what she was when you went out to breakfast? What did you say?
she's still sleeping.
Okay. All right. Do you know where you went to breakfast? Maxie's. Whereabouts is Maxie's? In Waterbury? Okay. All right. So after Maxie's, how did you get to Maxie's? Your sister? And does the bus remain at Bolton? Say, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, all right. All right. Oh, thanks. So you go to breakfast with your sister. What happens next?
We came back and I left. I know I ended up, I went to my friend's place in St. Albans.
Okay.
That's what I did next.
Do you know how you got there?
Drove the bus there.
Drove the bus there. Okay. All right. Do you recall if you made any stops along the way?
I think so.
Stop at a gas station, store?
Probably gas station.
Do you know which one you would have stopped at? Okay. Somewhere between Bolton and St. Albans. All right.
Yeah.
It's a little ways.
Mm.
What's your friend's name?
Sure.
That's who I was going to.
Yeah.
Did you live with anybody?
Sure, it was just,
Sarah and Jason?
we got kids too.
Okay. And is that where you left the bus? Okay. Did you talk to them about anything that happened? No. Did they know Emily? Did they ask about her? Tell me about that.
Just like fixing stuff, like where is she, like, what's her deal? Like, I mean, honestly, like, if I'm being honest, they were like good fucking riddance. Like, views are there. Like, well,
When you said they said good fucking riddance, did they know what had happened? Okay.
yeah.
So did you, correct me if I was wrong, but based on what you're telling me, you told Sarah and Jason what you had done?
No, I didn't tell them what I had done.
Okay.
No, they were just asking, like, so where's Emily? Like, and I said, she's gone. Like,
Okay.
and they're like, good.
Got it. Okay.
They're like, you're,
So you understood that she was gone, but didn't indicate what had happened?
I didn't know.
Okay.
I'm ashamed of myself. Like, I never thought I'd be here. You know, like, I started my life, like, just believing that, like, you give love, it's mutual, it's reciprocal. You know, you don't fuck with people's lives, like, you know, you just try to be a good person. And now here I am, like, I feel like, I did.
So after Sarah and Jason's house, and I apologize, like I said, you know, coming into this today, trying to learn some of the information, and I might have it wrong. Is there another friend in the area that you go to at some point this weekend?
I told Spencer.
Spencer. Yeah, I think you mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, I talked to Spencer. I told Spencer what I did.
Okay, tell me about that conversation.
I guess it's like the kind of conversation where you're driving along and you're just chilling with your best friend. And then you just tell them. Even though, like, you don't want to tell them, just tell there was like, I don't know, all you guys were there last night, I don't know if you know, but like, there was like a probably 4 or 5 police vehicles out there, so. I was like, yo, turn around, like, I'm not in a good space to do this right now. And then we were talking, and I told him, and then
What was his reaction?
he turned the car around.
What did you tell him?
I told him I killed her.
Did you tell him how he killed her?
No.
Okay.
He was like, where's that? He said, she's on the bus. He said, is she living on the bus? And I said, no, she's dead. Okay. He turned the car around, and I was like, listen, I'm gonna jump out of this car, so, like, I can't do this right now. Just need some air. Like, I can't breathe. I'm like overheating. Like, so I got out, and that was it. He drove away.
And where did you go?
I just walked down the road a bit, and then saw like a covered shed or something like that. Sat down. Yeah.
All right. So I kind of want to get back, I feel like we were working through the weekend, and I kind of jumped ahead because I was trying to understand the people that you visited. So that was Sarah and Jason and Spencer. So back to kind of Saturday afternoon after you leave Fulton, you go to Sarah and Jason's house. Do you know what you do next on Saturday afternoon or evening?
Oh, yeah, my sister. I told my sister I would do an tattoo for her.
Okay.
So I do a tattoo for my sister, and then we go get some food, and then I go home. I fall asleep.
Where did you do the tattoo?
At the lines.
Where's that? I'm sorry.
Sarah, Jason Lane.
Oh, okay.
Spencer's like, I just wanted to, I don't know, right down there.
Lemons?
Lemons.
So you do a tattoo at the Langs.
Right.
What kind of tattoo?
This pine cone with maple leaf and some acorns.
Oh,
Like a pine fruit.
how big is it? On the wrist? Big pine cone?
No, it's not big pine cone. The pine cone is yay big. Maple leaf is like yay big. The acorns are just like small acorns, and there's like a pine branch with the pine needles.
Okay. All right. Do you, so after the tattoo, do you know where you guys get food?
Twigs.
Where's that?
Twigs on Next Street.
Is that here in town, in Elvis?
Is it Twigs?
No, I'm not from the area.
Just go to Twigs.
Is it decent? All right, good stuff.
Yeah. Do it anywhere?
I'm not from Southern. What's that with again?
It's like a gastropub. You know, burgers and wraps and flat ribs.
All right.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's good. It's good on the hospitality. You pay for that. Good drinks too.
So was, your sister's Nicole, or Nikki, was her boyfriend with her?
Mm-hmm.
Any conversations during the tattoo or dinner about what had happened?
What I had done.
Yeah.
I have not told my sister or her boyfriend.
Okay. To this day?
To this day.
Yeah.
I couldn't. The fact that she's gonna find out. Not super okay with that, but somehow this is where it ended up.
And, you said you returned home Saturday night after Twigs. Where's home?
I just went back to the vehicle.
And that was still parked at Sarah and Jason's? So Saturday, did you spend a night in the vehicle parked at Sarah and Jason's? Alright. And kind of moving forward to, you know, about what time you returned home and went to bed Saturday night?
Between 8:30 and 9:30.
And this whole time, is Emily still in the bathroom on the bus? Shaking her head, yes?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure that it's very clear.
Yeah.
You know, that I'm not interpreting something that you're saying to be.
No, I'm sorry for not being forthcoming enough. I'm just really tired.
So it's okay. I appreciate anyone in this conversation, so. So 8:30 to 9:30, you return, you go to bed. Where do you sleep on the bus on Saturday night? In the bed? Okay.
thing sort of just like not really able to like have a clear thought or just feel like you're just fucking home.
So you're not, so fair to say you're not sure what you have Sunday?
Right.
Do you know where you slept on Sunday? In the bus at Sarah and Jason's? Okay. All right, and then yesterday, Monday, tell me about yesterday.
Drove to New Hampshire. I lied to my in-laws and told them that Emily was missing. Then I drove back from New Hampshire after telling them that Emily was missing.
Where did you drive to New Hampshire?
Motorcycle.
Okay. Where did you drive back to Vermont from New Hampshire? Is it your motorcycle? And it's your Jeep?
Yeah.
All right. Did you make any other stops in New Hampshire other than Emily's parents and talk to them?
No.
That was the only place you went?
Right.
Okay. Where was your Jeep?
At their place.
Was that their place? Okay. When you returned to Vermont, what did you do?
I went to Spencer's.
All right. Tell me about that.
I drove to Spencer's on his house.
Do you know about what time you got there?
11:30.
In the morning?
11:30
PM. Is that when the conversation that you described earlier occurred?
Yes. I drove from Spencer's house to Sarah's house.
Okay.
And then saw a brigade of police.
Whose vehicle did you drive? Spencer's
Spencer was driving his vehicle.
His vehicle.
Sedan. Honda or Toyota or something. I don't know. And then I told him he did.
What did you do? I know you described what you did immediately after you walked, went to a bench, you said. Where did you sleep last night?
It's hard to control myself, but under a rock. Well, not like under a rock, more like between a rock and
In where?
somewhere around here.
Like in this general area?
It was dark. It was hard to wrap myself up. I was freezing and shivering. I'm so used to this. Not as crazy windy. 40 degrees. I was just trying to stay warm. Okay. Wondering.
Well, I appreciate you telling me all that, kind of doing the time span from Friday when you got to Vermont, so kind of how we ended up here today. But
Do you have any other questions?
yeah, it's okay. What I'd like to do is really focus in on Friday itself and the incident with you and Emily, and kind of go over that with a little bit more detail. Is that fair? So my understanding from what you told me is that you got into Vermont between 7 and 8 p.m. So tell me everything from 7 to 8 p.m. once you arrive in Bolton, all the interaction that you and Emily had. You know, I know you said that, you know, there was kicking and punching, but any conversations you remember, specific, you know, kicks and punches that you remember, where she was hitting you, that kind of thing. Tell me all about that.
I mean, I guess I can't really remember anything specifically because, like, I'd be like, hey, you want to go for like a walk? And she would just come out with like, fuck you, fuck this place, like, this is pathetic, you're pathetic, like, I can't fucking stand it, like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, I'm so done. And it was just that, and more of that, and more of that. Every time I open my mouth to like try something, anything, more of like I can't do this, I'm not doing this. Like,
What didn't you, what, she can't do what? What didn't she want to do?
I guess do anything with me, like dance with me, like hang out, like talk about anything, like nothing, like just I open my mouth and she would immediately shut me down with something hurtful. I started lighting candles because I wanted to light, and then she decided that she did not want candlelight, and then I should sit in the dark. And then she was like trying to turn the candles off, and
hitting you, like, do you recall what hand she was hitting you with?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall if it was an open fist, a fist or a fist? It was a fist, it's like a punch. Okay. All right. How many times do you think she did?
I don't know, I probably got maybe like 4 or 5 punches and maybe one decent kick and one not so decent kick.
Okay. And what made her stop?
The candle went out.
Okay. So the candle goes out,
Yeah.
and what does she do?
She went and lay down. Okay. She was just like, I'm still over that shit.
So she goes to lay down on the bed?
Right.
Okay.
Well, when did that, what you're describing, when did that start? Did it start when this got involved?
Literally, the thing had barked and just like went from being like happy road trip to.
So what was the ride like from the entry involved?
Fun. So it's like, telling me like, this is how it was, and then everything barked, and then this is how it was, like, literally 180, like.
Do you have any idea what participated in that?
No, no, like.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that she didn't want the candle on, she didn't want the music playing, and that's why she was taking you and punching him.
Yeah.
And then when the candle went out, somebody said she stopped, and she went laying down.
Yeah.
How much time passed between when she went to lay in bed and when you got the Glock out? Would you have to put a time period on that?
Yeah, like. I was at like 10, 15 minutes. That's.
So she was laying in bed 10, 15 minutes before. Was she sleeping when you jumped on top of her?
Yeah, well, 15 minutes actually sounds long, but it's probably more like 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't long, thanks.
Was she doing anything? Was she awake? Was she sleeping?
No, she was awake. She was awake, just like grumbling a bunch of shitty, hurtful things.
So after the candle went out and she was in bed, she was still growling a bunch of hurtful things to you?
Yeah, she wasn't sleeping. She was miserable.
Do you recall what those hurtful things that she was saying to you were in context of that?
Just like, saying, just repeating, I'm so done. Like, I'm not doing this shit with you. Like,
And while she was in bed, where were you with Mr. Loss?
oh, sitting right here. Right touch on that. Sure.
I think we had asked where the Glock was currently, but where did you get it from?
It was in the closet.
Where's the closet?
This is the closet. Okay. I was in the couch. Okay. And, I just like, got up and grabbed it and shot her.
Does Emily have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Do you know where that is?
No.
Have you seen it since you shot her?
And I saw a couple things in the bag. I threw the bag away.
Okay.
So it's probably in the bag.
All right. Well, tell me about that bag that you threw away. What else might be in that bag?
A pair of shoes. Your glasses. Your wallet.
Where did you throw that away?
People that must get gas. Trash.
Okay. At a gas station? Do you know which gas station?
I honestly don't. I think. I feel like I stopped and like put like a little bit of fuel in at every single gas station that I drove by.
If you saw the gas station again, would you be able to kind of point it out, or would it help a refresher,
I think it's a mobile, it's like a mobile.
Maybe a mobile.
Yeah.
If you saw, like, if you were back in the area driving by, would that help refresh your memory as to where he's existing? There's a lot of gas stations between Fulton and St. Albans, right?
Yeah.
So, so something we might be interested in looking for, might be hard to find. A little help for
Yeah, I think it's a mobile, it's a mobile.
you in town.
I think it's Richmond.
Maybe a mobile in Richmond.
Yeah.
And which, sorry, which garbage can would you use?
The one that's up.
Up the one right at the front. Actually, neighbor or gas job?
The card.
Debit card or credit card? From your, is it your card or was it Emily's? Yeah. What bank? Can you,
Have some water.
yeah, you want to take 2 minutes? Here's some water here. Need to take a drink, Joe? Bathroom or what? Some water, you good? Okay. Okay. Let me see what I can do for you. Oh, I'll get that. Okay, so let me go get you some water, see what I can find. Okay. You doing okay, Joe? You doing? Hey, guys. Oops. No, thank you. James. You okay, bud? Here's some water. What do you have here? I got some coffee. Hot coffee. What do you have there? Cream or sugar or both? Just black. Okay.
I gotta pee. Can I go pee?
Yeah. Anything else you did?
Some company?
Yeah, I'll stand right here. Absolutely.
You come sit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your name?
I'm Sam.
Sam.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Joseph.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, sure. I've been for my whole life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been in state police for almost 24 years now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you for coming in and speaking with us. How do you do? You're doing great.
I never thought a million years, dude. I never thought anybody could push me to that. I don't know what to do. You're gonna take me somewhere, right? You're gonna take me somewhere so I can't do that again?
Yeah. Just want to make sure you're okay.
No, no, I'm okay.
It's gonna take time.
your tattoo artist? How long have you been doing that?
For 20 years.
Oh, geez. What's the best part of doing that? What's your favorite part?
Creativity. What's your favorite part of this?
Just trying to do the best we can for people's families. Probably. A lot of things we do, unfortunately, the things that happen, we can't undo. So, pretty much doing the best we can and then move forward for everybody.
How's that usually go?
Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it's a little difficult.
I don't even know where to go from here. Like, I don't, my mind is so broken. I can't just explain. Yeah.
Turkey sandwich? I asked if it was for Twix. It did not go for Twix, it was for Twix. Let me grab you a couple of, you don't need carbs, do you? You took all the bread off. I noticed that. Little lettuce around. Do what you gotta do, guys.
Well, I mean, if I'm not part of the college, why would I put this?
Right. You got that coffee?
No.
Yeah. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we give you 2 minutes so you can finish your sandwich?
You got more questions?
Yeah, I do, but I want you to have an opportunity to eat and drink a cup of coffee. We'll take 2 minutes. Actually, if I could hit that, and we'll come right back in. Is that fair? And I want to get you some napkins. Yeah, that's okay. Here you go. You're clear back.
I know, I was outside all night.
You stayed outside all night? What you have on?
Or I was up in the dark.
Must be cold.
Freaking freezing, sir. It was wet. Fucking cold. Can I take my shoes off?
If you want to. Yeah. That's fine. I'm not taking your shoes off.
I just,
Just relax.
I feel associated with like anything that make me feel anything.
Yeah.
I don't, I'm sorry, this is weird.
I'll figure it out.
Not okay, and I don't know how to be okay, so I'm gonna start trying little stuff, maybe something. Listen, I'm not gonna get sick.
Yeah, just tell me Nathan.
Yeah, I'm not-
Other than that, you're fine.
You married?
Nope. Do you do all the artwork on yourself? Or just tell the others that we're-
My artwork.
Yeah, I just saw you had a tattoo on your foot.
Maybe some of these.
That's cool. Did you do that yourself or somebody else?
I'm gonna just-
Did you do the artwork for it?
No. One of them was.
All set? Still working on it, or?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you guys get business done and then we'll talk after.
I do have, and I think Seth probably has some follow-up questions as well.
Okay.
And, I kind of want to just let you know that the reason, details are important, right? And I appreciate your willingness to have this conversation. But details are important, and details are what is going to help bring some closure to the family and Emily's parents. And, we want to be able to do that as best that we can, right? And what will help us is some of the things that may seem like very small details are things that might be the piece that helps bring that closure, right? So, what trash can Emily's stuff is in, her wallet, that wallet might be the piece that helps them cope with some of this stuff. And we want to be able to bring that back to them.
Okay.
So the details of, what gas station you stopped at, what trash can you used, that's why we ask those types of questions. So we have a few more. We want to kind of dig into the details a little bit and try to understand this. One of the first things that I wish I'd asked initially was, when this happened, what were you wearing? What clothing did you have on when you shot him?
I don't know. Maybe just like a t-shirt. Just like a t-shirt.
Was it that t-shirt?
I don't think it was a t-shirt.
Okay. What t-shirt was it?
I feel like I took a shower at some point and changed my t-shirt. I'm sorry, one of the t-shirts.
Okay. Do you know what you had on? Did you have pants on?
No.
No pants on?
No, I don't have to.
Underwear?
Yeah.
Okay. Because earlier you kind of described that, it was messy and there was some blood. Did that get on you?
No.
Why did you take a shower?
It's cold.
Okay. Do you know where the clothes, the t-shirt, and the underwear they had on that day? Do you know where those are?
Probably in the hamper.
Okay, on the bus. Did you throw those out? No. Okay. So is there anything other than Emily's cell phone, her shoes, her glasses, and her wallet? Anything else that got thrown out? No. Okay. Because one of the goals that Seth and I will have is to try to track that stuff down, because I'm sure you can understand that, that's probably going to be meaningful to some people.
Just out of curiosity, what was the item you get rid of? Just out of curiosity, what was the first thing you get rid of?
What?
The shoes, the glasses, and stuff.
Oh, I don't know. It was on the bed. It was like there was shit everywhere. It was
Shit, meaning the blood.
like, no. There was some blood.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't mean poop. Like there was like the contents earlier described. Glasses, things, all the closure things. Those things are what I'm referencing.
Gotcha. Those are other things mixed in with those items.
What about like did the bed have sheets on it? Where are the sheets that were on the bed? Like the pillowcase or?
They're in a bag on the bus.
They're in a bag on the bus. A different bag. Can you describe the bag that you threw in the trash that contained your cell phone, shoes, glasses? Was that also just a trash bag, or was it a special kind of bag?
It was like a straw bag, like a plastic.
What color was it?
It was like a white bag.
A white bag? Either a Hannaford, a Shaw's, or a Market Basket bag?
Yeah.
And are you still pretty content that was a mobile enrichment? Well, let me ask you this, by chance, did you keep any of your gas receipts? So that way we can take a look and see what you at the start.
Oh, and yeah, they stopped that gas station right there in the Tower Avenue.
What was the plan with Emily's body? Like if the police hadn't shown up last night at, the Langs, at the bus, what was your plan?
I didn't really have a plan. I was just gonna like take it into the woods and drop it off.
Where?
I don't know. Like I said, I had no plan. I was just gonna take it into the woods and drop it off.
If you could talk to Emily's parents, is there anything that you would say?
mean, clearly I would apologize for being such shit.
Without Emily, what would you say to Emily?
You don't fucking treat people like this. I mean, your mom and her stepdad are sweet people. So, I don't know, I guess. I just wish she was like, I guess I would say that I wish she was the same person that I met. And I wish somebody would have told me sooner, like, oh, by the way, you know, it's gonna get real ugly.
How long have you two been together? How did you guys first meet?
I was teaching her friend how to pierce. And
Was she into like tats and piercing? Did she do that stuff?
she didn't do it, she just got like this weekend copy after piercing.
Yep.
But yeah, her friend was trying to learn. And so I called a friend in. What was the friend? She pierced her ear and I pierced her nose.
How soon after when you guys first met, you guys like start dating or hanging out or whatever?
I think 2 years.
So you guys have known each other for a while.
Well, like we met just that once.
Yep.
And then, you know, Lauren was trying to get a tattoo and Emily wanted to get a tattoo, so they came. They got some artwork.
Yep. So what was, so like, I guess, if you want to call it a thing, or you guys like entered into like a relationship, what was your guys' relationship like? I mean, what you kind of described as kind of a hostile relationship that.
So I literally,
When did that?
6 days ago, probably, if I had to guess.
So for the year and a half that you guys have been dating, like, has there ever been any domestic violence or, you know, physical abuse or anything between the two of you?
Again, same kind of thing, like, it starts off like with her just like looking through my phone and then she'll walk right up to you and just punch you in the side of your eyeball.
Did it because she didn't, and what was the reason behind her looking at your phone?
She was like just trying to like see like read all the texts and what I was talking to.
Gotcha.
Why are you still friends with this bitch? And then punch to the eyeball. So I'm like, okay, well that's extreme.
Just want to, I don't know something, because I might be wrong. You and Emily are married, correct? When did you guys get married?
October.
Of this year? This October?
That was like we just celebrated a year ago.
Okay. Yeah. That's one that, I had heard that, but I want to make sure. So 6 months prior, you guys first started dating, then you got married. That's true.
She asked me to marry her, and it was like maybe like 3 weeks. We started seeing each other and like hanging out a lot. In Vermont. And then we moved to Essex. We got a place together. I think that was in like June. And then it was like we were over there like I said, about like 3 weeks. And she was like, "Pop this question."
So getting back to the, kind of like the physical altercations, you spoke about a time when, you know, I don't know if you're speaking generally or you're speaking about a specific time when she looked at your phone and you have to punch you.
Oh, that was more than one time.
So that situation happened more than once.
Yeah.
Is there other instances?
That was the first, the one I described was the first time. And then, not, you know, more than like weekly, maybe like bi-weekly or every 3 weeks or something like that.
Like arguments or like physical fights?
Or, I'm talking like physical where I get hit.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I get hit, it's like roughly every 3 weeks.
Was there ever any times when you would fight back or you would hit her or anything like that?
No, I would only grab her because she would be like, she wouldn't stop. Like she wouldn't stop until I physically had her arms held. She couldn't.
Right.
Like, but no, I wasn't like.
So the situations you're describing where you know, she hit you, you grab her and make her stop.
Yeah.
She obviously stopped. You know, what was the conversation like between the two of you after that?
I don't know, like, it's just like all the trust kind of ran out of our relationship. And, I would like ask really simple questions like, yo, like, what did you do? She's supposed to be like carpooling with somebody. And then she's like, yeah, I'm gonna carpool with Danielle or Michael or whatever the fuck. And like, she's like, oh, I got the address. And she showed me that she had the address. And then I remember seeing it. And then I remember this one time I was just like, we went outside, she went to work, her work was south, she drove north. I was like, that's weird. So I followed her, got in the car, I was like, okay, what the hell's up this way? Usually she would like braid her hair before she would go to the hospital. So she didn't braid her hair. She went the wrong direction. So I was like, okay, see what this is about. I was like, I know she got this address to go to North Avenue. So let's see if she goes. Sure, she goes North Avenue. Yeah, so I brought it up. I was like, hey, what's up with that? Like, you're just not going to talk about that or what? And same kind of thing. Just walks up and just starts like, rip my shirt, rip my necklace. Knock my earrings out. Like, screaming and kicking and flailing and just like the whole thing. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's something to sort of get perspective on kind of like what your relationship was like. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah, she either wanted to like, just like snuggle and watch TV or
with Emily's phone that was thrown away, did you use that phone after the incident? Did you turn it off?
Yeah.
Why?
my fair phone.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna use it, she wasn't gonna use it, so I turned it off.
Okay. And did you use your phone after the incident? Your cell phone?
Maybe a couple times.
And what kind of phone do you have?
It's like a iPhone.
Do you know like the
X.
iPhone X? Do you know the phone number?
802-355-8485.
355-8485? Is that a, do you know, is that like Verizon phones?
No, it's
AT&T? Okay. And you used that, what did you use that for after the incident? Did you talk to anyone?
I talked to Spencer, I talked to Sarah, I talked to, and messaged, the client.
When you say you message clients, is that regular like text message or like Facebook message?
I mean, it's a balance between like Facebook Messenger and Instagram messaging and regular messages.
So is it
Everything that you know.
Is it accurate to say that on Friday, from when this incident happened through today, sitting here, you've used Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger, regular text message to communicate with people on that phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How many Facebook accounts do you have? Just like one? I know some people have a couple.
90X made a Facebook account that I can't delete.
Okay, so there's more than one out there.
There's more than one out there.
But you only use one?
I don't use one. I didn't really use Facebook, but I use Messenger.
What's your Facebook name?
Mine.
It's your picture of you? Okay, perfect. Did you use your phone at all to like search anything? Really? Like we like, what do I do? That kind of thing? Did you do like Google searches or Safari searches about what you should do? No. Didn't look up anything?
No.
Okay. Just asking. I'm trying to make sure.
That's a normal question.
Did you use your phone to search anything this past weekend related to what happened on Friday?
No, I didn't have any questions.
Okay.
I was like, ooh, I wonder what the other team was doing. I fucked up Friday and I said, clean it up.
One thing I would like to do, which I think this is important, and I don't want to do it yet because I have some other questions, but before we're done here, I'd like to document if you have any injuries, because you kind of explain to us, you get hit, that kind of thing. So if you have any marks, injuries, anything like that, I just want to make sure that we take the opportunity to
document those, okay?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll cross that bridge in just a second. I do have a couple other questions. And what I'd like to do is take some photographs. Any marks there?
No.
No.
Is there anything,
I don't see anything there, but we'll look a little closer in just a second. When you said earlier that you put the bag over Emily's head, did you just put it over her head or should I her whole body in the bag?
now our body's back up.
Her whole body's backed up. Describe that to me.
So I cut her body and put it in multiple bags.
Tell me about that. How did you cut her body?
I used a saw and cut her body into smaller, stacked it up, and I was gonna take it to the woods.
Okay. Where did you do that?
In the bus.
On the bus? Okay. Where's the saw?
On the bus.
What kind of saw is it? Describe it to me. Just a hand saw? Can you describe it? What color is it?
It's a 13 inches. It's got like a blue, like a blue handle.
Like a camping wood saw or
Like
like
a
a
carpenter's, it's just like a mini carpenter's saw.
like with a fine seam that kind of.
Where is that located on the bus, that saw?
Somewhere in front of the bus.
It's still on the bus. Where exactly, I can pull this picture back out, just so I can,
Maybe like behind the driver's seat.
but where was, Emily located when you did that?
Where?
Like, where on the bus did you cut her body up?
Oh, in the bathroom.
In the bathroom?
Yes.
Why in the bathroom? I haven't been on the bus, but I imagine the bathroom's pretty small. Yeah.
I mean, it's
Okay. Where was she positioned when you cut her body up?
I moved her to the bathroom and then, yeah, and then I put her in a small, bag.
Where on her body did you cut?
Okay, I took the arms and legs and the feet and the head.
So, both arms, both legs, the feet and the head, so that'd be, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different pieces, roughly?
That's right.
Okay. How do you package them? Like, what's with what in the bag?
I don't know that.
Do you know how many bags you put them in?
Like 7, probably 8 bags. Right.
I don't know, I'm asking you.
8 bags.
So they're all packaged separately?
Right. That's correct.
What types of bags are those?
Garbage bags.
Why'd you do that?
Started carrying them. I was gonna carry them out of the woods.
Did you carry any out to the woods? Every piece of Emily's body is still in that bus?
Where I made little circles and little paper.
That's important.
Was, I should ask this before I go. So, we talked about, guns and shooting her and whatnot. Was she wearing clothes at that point?
Yeah.
So, from that point, carried her into the bathroom, and what happened to her clothes?
I cut them over.
Okay. And where are those?
They're probably in one of those bags.
Okay, so the clothes that were on are more than likely in the bags with her.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, I know this is probably not an awesome way to have your day go.
Well, those are the, those are the details that I was talking about that are important for us to know. I mean, at the end of the day, this investigation is gonna take time. Those details will come out, but, I think it's better to hear it from you. So, with that being said, what else haven't we talked about that is important for us to know about what happens there?
That's it, we talked about all of it. Yeah, all of it. I don't was saying how she's like, I'm gonna fucking ruin your life, and I'm gonna make sure you lose your license, and I'll make sure nobody ever comes to you again. And I was just scared, and I was hurt. And
Why was she saying that?
I don't know. I don't know, James. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, she literally was trying to break me down any way that she would. Like, I don't know if you've ever just like wanted to be a dick, but I mean, I don't do it that well. Like, so yeah, I'm usually just like, okay, like, go talk about it, fix it, whatever. But
So you felt she was being kind of like a dick just to be a dick?
yeah,
All right.
like, I don't think that, like, I suppose it would be like, if I told you guys, just go like looking at me, but I'm sure you're thinking like, wow, this dude, what the fuck? Like, what is a man to do such a thing? Like, I would never do that. And not believe me. Did you ever ask me that? That was the same thing.
Wait, our job isn't, we're not sitting here to judge you, Joe. That's
I
not
know,
our job.
I'm not saying it's judgment.
We're fact finders, and, we talk to people for a living. This isn't the first time that we've talked to people that sat across the table and said that they regret things that they've done, and they've done bad things. And it's probably won't be the last time.
I will be right in a couple more days.
Maybe.
Hope not.
I think the other important thing I wanted to just circle back to is the timeline of Friday. So, when you come from New Hampshire to Vermont, it's my understanding, was that your sister had an Airbnb. I just want to clarify because I think that basically put it in park.
It seems like we're that's a new subject and getting on towards 4:15. So I think this would be a good time to break the weekend. I will reiterate my admonition. Please don't talk about this case with anyone. Please don't try and find out anything about this case, read any news source about anything, because this case may very well be in that.
All right, y'all know we behind, so we gonna jump on over to day 2. I know they got closing arguments going today because we like real behind, but it's all right though. We gonna get there. And he look completely sane in this video, but the way he behaving, oh, that's day 5, that's day 3. Where day 2 at? Day 2. He look completely sane. I don't know if he just turned up a little bit more or not.
So how does it work? Like, do you guys all work with the same people, or like, is this like their case, like James and Seth?
So I work with James and Seth.
Oh, so you're also, so it's all like one team?
Yeah, we work as a team. We go around the state. So we all work in different areas. So when something happens like this, so there's an issue for a second. Death investigation, we work together. So we work with several other detectives from around the state, wherever we have to be working. So it's a total team effort. A lot of moving parts.
Morning flurries. The return of special traditions like
So I met your dog. You did? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Cute.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and, I was gonna try to get back and say goodbye to her. But
Yeah. So it's something we'll probably have to, give a shout out to Jason, just kind of figure out what you want to do with this.
yeah,
They were okay today, keeping her. She stayed, we saw her,
yeah.
play with her a little bit. But we'll have to decide what you want to do with her.
I mean,
I don't know if they're in a position to take her.
I don't know if they are, like, there's lots of people around, and she's a company.
Yeah, I can certainly have those.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's super helpful, that was on my mind. Shoot one decision, 3 seconds amount. I couldn't even, you know, the hearing date's the same, like, you just like, leave.
So kind of,
Maybe. It's not gonna get bigger.
it's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. She's a perfect dog, but she literally doesn't make me hard.
Yeah.
Like, aside from like a little bit of barking, when she first meets somebody new and like a little bit of jumping, because she gets excited for.
Yeah.
Some love, but
How old is she?
she's gonna be 2 in a couple weeks. And so holy.
You get here for honor.
Apparently those are the only 2 cups we got in the fair, so you left this out to get you a hotter one.
Thank you. Does anybody smoke cigarettes?
I would have to check. I try to,
Can you find a cigarette?
Try.
Is that something that,
yeah, I can try.
like, can I not have a cigarette?
Yeah, I'm sure enough. I just have to walk outside, you can't smoke in here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that. If I can find one, I have a promise. Do you have any? Yeah, can we get that? Perfect.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Just wait and see what, Chief, left to say. If there's any follow-up questions, we're done with that.
Yeah, they want to talk with the other,
Our bosses.
the executives.
Yeah.
Just kind of see what questions everyone has, so they
Yeah,
can.
so we're done with that, we'll arrange it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, yeah.
You need a smoke?
Yes.
See if I can find some.
Yeah, one of the guys, so maybe you and I can take them out.
I wish they would take me in. No. No, what the fuck's wrong with me?
This is what I just can't seem to get past. Like, hey, Blessed, I don't know what's going on with this thing. Like, we connected.
We have a clinician we can talk to. That's the question. Thank you very much. What's your,
My schedule's pretty jam-packed these days. I've got 2, free birthday parties on Saturday, and Sunday, that's my me time.
How's that look?
Works for me.
Works for me.
It's Miller Furniture's year-end sales event. Save up to 25% across all departments. Plus, buy a mattress and we'll donate a holiday dinner to a family in need.
People ask me how I knew I wanted to be a part of the
You say you've been doing this for 20 years, right?
Yeah, 24. Yeah. So do me a favor, though, yes. If you have thoughts of hurting yourself, just let us know.
If I have done, I do it.
I want you to, it's important you to reach out to somebody, like, let one of us know if you're feeling that way we'll get somebody here to talk to you.
I can't hurt myself.
We're not gonna hurt yourself.
I can't hurt myself. I'm gonna bust her home for this not call. I got yeah, honestly, that's where I was headed. I think it didn't pick me up. You had to be on your hands today. Yeah, I was like myself. Really the person I think I am, and the person that I am. Somehow they're not the same anymore now. I feel like I'm just like a fucking passenger, man. Like my head spins, and it's just flashing. I got can't use my mind. Like it just, how do I do that? I don't know. And I felt like a whole life. Probably 40 plus. So past this part, how much do you know about like, the next part?
Like in general, or?
Yeah.
So every case is a little bit different. First of all, the other detectives are going to make sure that what you're saying is true.
Yeah, yes, you're right.
I have to talk. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to verify stuff, and then,
Yeah. Cigarette time?
Yeah.
You want one? Whatever. We'll walk out with you. Okay. Thanks, Sam. Is that your blanket, or did we? Somebody gave you the blanket. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's jelly on it. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Everything that you're telling us, I imagine was extremely messy, and that would be blood everywhere. A little bit. When you cut arms and legs and head, it's gotta be pools of blood, right? No. No? No. Not pools of blood. Maybe over the leg.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together.
Hours,
12 to 15 hours after. Did you have to clean up any like mess doing that?
It was a little messy, so I cleaned it up.
Tell me about cleaning it up.
I just wiped it up and put the plates in bags and they're in bags.
So I like these things, whatever, they're here, online. So we talked about essentially, shot her into that. I think we said that was like 1 o'clock in the morning, somewhere in there. So it was 12, what, how many hours after?
12 to 13 hours.
So we're talking, so that's Saturday. So we're talking 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. Right?
Well,
It's midnight to noon is 12 hours, and another 3 hours would be 3 on Saturday, 3 p.m. on Saturday. So is that accurate? I don't want to work it out by any means.
Yeah.
Okay. And where was that? Was that at the parking lot?
No, that was at Pullman's.
So
Where in St. Albans, I'm sorry.
Food buses now, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. So the cutting of Emily's body occurred inside the bus while it was parked at the lanes.
Correct.
And I might have missed earlier too. So you were parked somewhere near the Airbnb. That's the impression I got.
Right.
Where exactly were you parked? There, I don't know.
This parking lot.
So there's parking lot. So you were parked.
It's like a building.
Okay.
The condos and then parking lot.
Okay.
Outside the
Gotcha.
building.
Gotcha. So essentially she was complete whole, and then you drove back to the lane. That's where you covered the bags, the shower.
And then, at any point during this, incident with Emily, did you have help from anyone? No one helped you dispose of the body, no one helped you clean up, no one provided any tools? And other than Spencer, did you tell anyone else what happened?
The only person that told Spencer, you guys.
If you want to read this, I think what might be helpful, I just kind of thought it was when you said it was like, if I get an aerial shot of that building, you can just mark on a map like the area you were parked. Does that sound, it might be helpful? Might be helpful.
Would it be able to identify it on the aerial map?
It helps you, like,
It says your name on it, if you want to read that, you're back up.
So what this is we talked earlier about the Google Swap signature DNA for the process of the same. What this is you're giving us your consent for that, and then of the forms. So what it is, I think if I permission to detect this as Richardson, they conduct a complete search today, listed below in their contact, where you understand that you do not have to allow this upwards process of enforcement. So essentially, we're looking for biological, we're looking for your DNA, and other, just photos, so we can document if you have any injuries. If you have some bruises that you might not be able to see, that could show in photos. So if you're in agreement with that, what I'll do is have you sign here, and date, time it, and I'll witness it for you. It's 440.
440.
So you do tattoos? You have a shop somewhere in your facility?
I used to do tattooing and tattoo shops, and I just kind of freelance. Somebody will message me if they want something, and set the time and the design, and then we'll get together and do it.
Did you do all art on yourself, or did you have other people look at it?
I finished this when the guy started it and walked away, and then he let me fix it in there, so I just finished it while he was helping other people. But
You work around here?
I worked at Burlington for like 10 years, and I worked in Essex for a year.
Where do you work from?
I found her.
These are the holidays you will remember. At Omni, save up to 20%, plus enjoy complimentary dining credit.
I watched some shadowing, so other than that, you know, a lot of people do shadowing and great job, so I guess just keep sure I'm the right person.
Yeah, that's what I think, like, actually see through a lot of people. It takes hours and hours and hours and lots of focus for all of those hours.
Yeah.
You have somebody that's gonna only do it right, or they're just gonna, or they're just doing it. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just, they're just doing it. Right. I typically, I try not to like pull and just, I mean, that impresses you, really, you know, it is what it is.
Well, I would say that precedent is something that is, I mean, kind of unique. It's hard to tell what it actually is, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, you know, that's what I'm saying, you know, you pull a reference and you do the thing.
Right.
But most times I try to just take, yeah, I usually just try to take what they have to say and then make something original. So that way, I feel like that way you get the best experience, you know, right?
Yeah. I kind of get a kick out of you going play stamp books with like Clark. What do you want this?
Yeah. I don't like to do the same thing over and over and over. So you're gonna photograph in here, or?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. One of our colleagues has a actual camera that takes a little pictures and iPhone 6 or whatever. I just want to wait for James before he gets here right away.
Is he
trying to print out a map, an aerial map so he shows where your park is.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool little, you know, cluster RV. You can rent out yourself.
Yeah.
That's cool. Diesel or gas?
Gas. Yeah, my plan was to like, you know, we have plans to like work and save and then travel, go see, you know, Yellowstone, the Canyon, Joshua Tree, Colorado. You know, just, that was like, when we started, like, that was like a plan. She just like stopped working and stopped helping. Yeah, like, yeah, she wasn't working, she wasn't contributing to anything really.
No, I don't think it's gonna work. The picture is bad and the picture is not working. But another sergeant's gonna come in just on the crime scene team, so he just processes evidence.
Yeah, told them,
perfect.
take a picture.
So when they're doing the pictures, I've tried to come up with a better picture, but the one I found wasn't that good, so I don't want to show you. Yeah. So they should be introducing that. Anything we have to talk about? I know you guys were chatting there, but.
We were just chatting about, he worked about 10 years at one year, for like the tattoo artist up there, and then everybody here in Essex. That was kind of a freelancer more.
Something else that kind of comes to mind, you know, having this open conversation, that might as well ask, is like, you know, is this the first time that something like this has happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you would like,
Pretty,
it's awful.
pretty in depth.
It's fucking awful, dude. Like, I don't know if it was you or if it was Sam that if you would have talked to me a week ago, it would have been without the list of things that I would never do. But it was such a fucking brutal week. Like, nonstop, like, morning to night. I don't know what that left, it was just like a big change. Something, you know, I don't know if I was talking to you, Sam, but like, maybe it was you when you sit down and sleep.
I think I'm ready to drive this thing. Not yet. I think I'm ready for the chainsaw. Not yet, not yet. I'm ready for the sack.
Literally, my brain was like, no, like, it's not gonna stop. Like, you have to stop her now. The part is in, it's not the way, and all of a sudden, like, I don't know, like, I just had this good wave over me. Not good.
All right. why don't we go see where they're.
Yeah, and, they just put your name in there, so it's Joseph, right? My last name is Brla.
Actually, I got to do this work in your phone, bro, so let me give you an address. What's your current address?
Currently, I guess Delta line.
Okay.
Well, I know that, so, at some point throughout the investigation, we're gonna probably take a look at your phone, okay? It'll be easier for us to access your phone, get your passcode.
Yeah.
What is that?
012779.
Do you know where your phone is now?
My G.
In G? Do you need anything else? Good with talk.
Oh, yeah, maybe another talk off the zoo.
Yeah, I can do that.
What's that?
Yeah. Maybe we'll give this to Amy, I'll go back to Nicole. Yeah. Joe, so this is Amy. Oh, okay. So Amy's gonna take your pictures, and she's also gonna do your beautiful swab.
So swab of the inside of your mouth.
Just like a hot. Okay, Q-tip. Are you good for a second?
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I think both sides of Robbie.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, great. Very awful, but we're getting through it.
All right, so what we're gonna do is just stand up, and then I'm just gonna take a series of photos of you front, and then side, and then back. And then let me just see your hands. I know it's probably you showered and everything, right? Yeah, so I'll probably just take a picture of your hands. And then the buccal swabs are super easy. You just open your mouth, we take 2 swabs on one side, 2 swabs on the other. And then, yeah, I don't think we're gonna need to swab your hands, but we'll take it from there. So I'll just have you stand against the wall. Here. Yeah. Yeah. Did you have your sweats on underneath?
Yeah.
Oh. Where'd you get those things? All right. And then turn that way. And then turn face the wall. Okay, and then turn face this wall over here. Yep. Okay, and then let me see, hold out both your hands like this for me. And then put them over for me. All right, so we can label on the back with, we'll do right cheek first. Yeah, thank you. Just put an arm on there. Mm-hmm. And left. And then, let me ask you that. Okay.
Turn thinking about your bathroom into loving it with Floor & Decor.
Hi, I'm Brad Baxter, founder of Whisker and Litter Robot. 25 years ago, I inherited 2 cats and an overflow.
gonna do swap your answers, but, all right, so I have not watched, your interview, but my understanding is that, there was some kind of physical altercation with you and Emily, and that you may have been struck, hit, something like that. Will you consent to me taking a photograph of you without clothing on? If you're not comfortable with it being me, I can have Robbie do it, to see if there's any bruising on you, or marks, or cuts, or anything like that. Well, you don't have to be totally naked, no. I mean, we could get, like, I could do chest and maybe legs if you have underwear on. If you're willing to let me, as part of the consent, to do photographs of your body as well, okay. So any marks or bruises that you're aware of? Okay. Just hold your arms up for me, try to see the tap.
What was it taking a while? It was like, I know we got hit in this arm, and then we got hit here, and then we got hit here. And then we got kicked here.
No marks, right? Turn for me, just check that. Is that in your side somewhere? And then neck? Where else?
Somewhere over here.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just do some photos. Hold on.
Is there anything I can't do?
I can't. It's hard to see. Yeah, but I mean, there's one, there's another tattoo up here, so. Yeah. Can you, look in that box, and if not in the box, down in my camera, around the back, there's a small scale. So same kind of thing we're do, around. Come in a little bit closer to this. And then turn for me. Okay, and then turn this over here. Sorry. No, don't worry. Yeah. Okay, so now just make a turn so that your other side is facing me. I just want to look at the side of your neck. So turn, there you go. Yep.
Okay.
And you'll hold this just a little bit.
Is there something there?
Well, it's, you know, I have like a little, almost like a little birthmark right in my hairline, so it's kind of hard to tell if it's a little mark or if it's a birthmark, but we'll keep talking about it. Okay, all right, you're all set. Thank you. So, okay. How you doing with water stuff anymore?
I'm good. I could probably be.
You good? All right.
Somebody take me to the body.
You got it. I will find somebody and have them come right back for you.
Hey, Pat. Yeah. Where's your game? Great.
I'll grab cigarettes if you want after.
Oh, I'm about, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Good. Are these your clothes? Like we said from the beginning, we're not here to judge it, we're just trying to figure out what happened. And, I think we'll probably step out for now. If something changes, something comes to mind you think is important, and you want to talk to us, you need a drink, you need to go to the bathroom, whatever it is, just let us know.
You comfortable right here for now? Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm gonna take, this stuff with me, just because we might make something in here. I know you're not eating the chips, but if you change your mind, they're there, okay? Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other questions asked in this room that you recall?
I don't recall if he used the bathroom in that 40 minutes or not. And then after that 40 minutes, as he's leaving this room, we were bringing him to a secure holding cell. I think I asked a question about his boots, but it was nothing significant.
Okay, thank you. Okay. No, I'm gonna use that. Yeah, thank you. And Detective Sergeant Boris, while the video is playing, there's a time at the bottom, a running time. Is that the actual time of day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when we just ended the video, it was approximately 5:07 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. During that entire interview with Mr. Filazzo, did he ever say that he was unable or unwilling to speak to you?
No.
Did he ever say that he felt forced to speak with you?
No.
And did you provide him with anything that he asked for?
Yes, we provided him with food, coffee, water, cigarettes, bathroom breaks, a blanket.
And did he consume those things?
Some of those things, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 21. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a transcript of the recorded interview.
And does that include everything said in the interview room?
Yes, I believe so.
Does it also record the breaks?
I believe it records the breaks as well.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit states 21.
No objection.
When it's admitted without objection.
At some point, do you move Mr. Filazzo to a different space?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time that was?
I believe it was about 40 minutes after the 40 minutes where he laid on the floor, just before 6 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. And where was that space?
So at the St. Albans Barracks, we were in the interview room. We moved him to a secure holding cell.
Okay. And did you speak with him while he was in the cell?
I did.
Multiple times or just once?
Multiple times.
Okay. During any of the cigarette breaks or times you went in to speak with him, did you ask him more questions about Emily?
There was one occasion where we asked questions about Emily. All the other occasions were to check on him, cigarette break, provide him food, that type of thing.
Okay. And the time that you did ask him more questions about Emily, do you recall when that was?
I believe it was shortly after 9 p.m.
Okay. And was this recorded?
Yes, it was.
In which way?
So the holding cell has a recording system. It's audio, video. So the audio wasn't captured for some reason on that system. So there's video. And then as a backup, we have a digital recorder that I had in my pocket because sometimes technology breaks. So the audio is captured on the digital recorder.
Okay.
With your support, we can respond rapidly to emergencies and make every second count.
Meet Rivian.
And when you went in to speak with him again, did you tell him that you had more questions for him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you read him his Miranda warnings again?
I didn't reread them. I had the form, the Miranda waiver that he had previously signed. I showed it to him and I explained all of his rights still apply. It was his choice if he wanted to talk, and we had more questions.
Okay. And what was his response to that?
I believe he said, what are your questions?
Okay. And how long did you speak with him?
It was about 20 minutes.
Great. And have you reviewed the recording that was in your pocket?
Yes, I have.
The state identified that as states 20. You reviewed that before your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did we also provide you with a transcription of this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And that's marked as states 22. Judge, the state would move to admit states 20 and 22.
No objection.
22 are admitted without objection.
Are there points during this audio that are hard to hear?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why that is?
So the handheld digital recorder that I use, I keep it in my pocket. So occasionally you can just hear like the rustling of my jacket. It is October 19th, 2021, 9:18 p.m. Hey, Joe, you got a second? You sit up for me? How was the pizza? Yeah, it's okay. Get old after a while, you know? We had a few more things we were hoping to talk about. Is that something you're willing to do? Go back into the other room? We just wanted to clarify a few more things. Totally your choice. Or if you don't want to walk all the way down there, we could do it in here. We prefer to just sit at that table, but whatever you're more comfortable with, again, it's your choice. You want to just ask them in here? Okay, you said yeah, okay. So I'm going to step in, and just before I ask a question, I just want to show you this form. We went over it earlier with all your rights. I just want you to know that this Miranda form that you signed earlier, all these still apply. You know, so this is still in place. So at any point you want to talk to us, you just let us know, okay? Seth and I appreciate the conversation that we had, the honesty that you provided, and it's taken us some time to try to, what we like to do, check and verify things, right? So we appreciate, the details that you told us earlier, help us understand what's going on. I guess my first question, before we get to some other specific ones, is there anything that has come to mind sitting in here that you want to share with us? Any details we haven't talked about yet?
I'm not impressed. Kind of like faded.
Okay. So nothing's come up that you're like, oh, I should have told him this, or I wish I had told him that? Okay. All right. And yeah, I think we have a couple.
So I think we talked a little bit about it before, about the items that you take out. Glasses and stuff. And I was hoping that you just, if you can remember anything more about the bag that you put that in.
Feels like a food shop bag.
Do you remember what color it was or anything else? Okay. And you talked about that you're very confident that you put that bag in a garbage can at the commercial gas station. Did you put that white bag in the other bag, or did you put the white bag in the garbage? I mean, did you put it in a black bag before you put it in the garbage or anything like that, or just like that?
Pretty sure was just like bang.
When you say fruit chopping bag, was it paper, was it plastic? A plastic. Do you know where it was from? Oh, right. I remember saying that. Did you buy something at Shaw's or Market Basket that helped kind of recall like what bag it was?
Everything you wanted, it's right here, y'all.
I only get one childhood.
Social media is taking it away from me. It makes us worry more. I want my
But had you gotten it recently or is it old? Oh, okay. Right.
And then, you told us earlier that you grabbed the lock out of the closet and jumped on the bed. So I was hoping we could talk briefly about, when you jumped on, so they jumped on the bed or jumped on her correctly? That kind of played out.
Jumped on, jumped on the bed. I jumped on her, she was on the bed, like.
Okay. And you had mentioned, when we talked before, you said that you don't believe she was sleeping because she was still kind of saying stuff under her breath at you. When you jumped on her, did she say anything to you?
Something like, are you fucking kidding me? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And then, what was her reaction to you?
It was just like that, like, I just jumped on her and she said, are you kidding me? Something like that.
Did she try to fight you or anything like that? And how long did it have to be? Was it when you jumped on her and when you fired the first shot?
Second.
Okay. And how about the second shot? So I don't want to avert your mouth or anything. So essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, you jumped on her and bang bang. Like that. Is that how it happened?
I think you shook your head no when Seth asked you if she tried to put up a fight. Did you say yes or no?
There was none.
There was no fight? Okay.
In the bags that you used, where did those bags come from?
Grocery store.
No, the garbage bags.
Grocery store.
Oh, so you got them at the grocery store. Did you have them prior to this, or did you have to go get the garbage bags?
I had those.
Okay. And I want to take you a little bit back a little bit. Talk about your trip to Vermont. You said that everything's pretty good and it was pretty cool, right? Did you guys make any stops or do any sightseeing or anything like that on your way in here?
I feel like I did, but I can't. I don't know if I can answer that right now. I have a hard time focusing.
Yeah, so my question was is when you guys managed your travel to Vermont, previously we talked about when they asked you, tell me about your travel through you said it was very enjoyable, really happy. So my question to you now is if you made any stops or did anything between New Hampshire and arriving in Vermont?
Well,
Accidents happen. Call the law office of Cantor and Pintaluga to get the compensation you may deserve.
Were you in a car?
So have you ever thought about anything like this before? There's never a time in the past where, I mean, if it came under your skin, I don't have the words in your mouth, but, beating on you, as you said, beating on you, provoking you. Was there ever a time when you felt like you could do something like this? Or?
No. No. It's, there's definitely been times that we go back and forth. She's like, well, like, she didn't say anything about like,
yeah,
one thing,
So what do you think? How do you think this all happened? I mean, how do you feel like, it happened? What do you think happened? What do you think caused this?
I remember sitting there, and just trying to like, it was raining. I remember I was just watching the rain. It was lightning. And I was on vacation, and I was just trying to enjoy myself, stay out of the rain. And I guess kept trying to like relax, and she just kept trying to unfurl my piece. And then it was just like, I just felt this like, this weight come over me. Yeah, it was like.
What did that make you feel? Like you talked about before, like you felt like a once sensation in your body.
I think it just lost some focus. Rage.
Were you feeling angry, or were you feeling sad, or
Yeah,
how were you feeling?
I felt pushed, fed up. She was like, I swear I felt like I was like, and it was just quiet. Sorry.
What were you feeling after?
Disgusting.
Okay.
Disgusting.
So you're feeling disgusted with yourself? Like in disbelief of what happened?
I still am. I can't sleep.
I don't think so. Anything that you want to share or questions for us before we wrap up here?
Nothing that comes to mind. Maybe I can have it.
Yeah. I can try. No, I don't. I can try to kind of explain the process from here. But before we get there, I guess I should say, like, I appreciate the honesty today. I hope you feel that we treated you okay today. Yeah. It's, our job isn't to judge or make judgment on anyone. We're fact finders and we're trying to piece this together. So we appreciate your honesty. And so this last piece of paper I have is just a sworn statement form. Can you just spell your last name for me? Your date of birth.
42 this year. What's your legal address, your residential address?
I didn't help a nice place.
Do you live there? Or not really?
And kind of just bounce around.
Alright. What's their address?
14 minutes.
14?
Oh. So Federation doesn't know that. Take care of it.
What's your number? Go to. So this sheet says that on October 19th, 2021, I, Joseph Ferlazzo, did I say that correctly? Provided a verbal and audio recorded statement to Detective Sergeant James Morris of the Vermont State Police of my own free will without any threats or promises made to me. I am aware that it is a crime, a violation of Title 13, DSA 1754, to give false information to a police officer implicating another person, or to deflect an investigation from the person or another person. The taped recorded statement is true and accurate to the best of my knowledge, belief, and ability. It's attached to and incorporated into the statement. Does that make sense? We're just asking that you swear that you told us the truth today. So feel free to read that. If you have any questions, let me know. If you agree, I'll have you sign where it said accurate and tape right underneath it.
What is the next thing?
Yep. So in terms of process, where we go from here is we have to get in contact with the state's attorney's office and let them know, we've been in contact with them, but let them know where we're at. And ultimately, we will reach out, if the state's attorney agrees, reach out to a judge and see if they think you should go to jail tonight and have a court hearing tomorrow, if there should be bail, if there should be conditions of release. All that is determined by a judge. It's not something that we determine. We just are we provide the information and they tell us what we should do. And then most likely you'll have a court appearance tomorrow at some point. I think in Chittenden might be in the afternoon, at 1 p.m., but I'm not positive. So we should know a little bit more about where you're going tonight in a little while. But obviously with the information that you provided, and we appreciate it, and the information that we've learned throughout the investigation, we have located Emily and she's deceased, so that we have to deal with that. Make sense? Any questions on that? Okay. Just have to think around it. Ready? We're gonna step out. Do you need anything right now? Okay, we can do that. It is now 9:58 p.m.
Why don't we take our morning break now? Take a 15-minute break.
The end of the audio that we just heard, it appeared that you asked Mr. Ferlazzo if he was willing to sign a sworn statement form.
Yes, ma'am.
And showing you which been marked as states 129. Is that the form you were going over with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit states 129.
Any objection?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibit 129, states 129 is admitted without objection.
Is this the form that I just showed you?
Yes.
And so in the audio, in the down the right corner there, is that where Mr. Ferlazzo signed?
Yes.
When you asked him if he was willing to sign this, did he make any indications that what he told you wasn't truthful?
No, he did not.
Before moving on, the individual that you spoke with and is on the video with you, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Identified as Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes, he's at the table, blue shirt, black tie.
Thank you. Judge, the state would ask that the record reflect Mr. Ferlazzo has been identified.
So reflected.
Have you interviewed individuals related to homicide cases prior to this one?
Yes.
You know how many approximately you were the case officer on?
At that time, I believe it was around 10, maybe, approximately.
And have you done others since?
Yes, since then, I've been assisted or been the lead on about 50 homicide cases throughout Vermont. I would say the lead on 15 of them.
And in your experience, is it common for people to appear tired or stressed during those interviews?
Yes,
Have people declined to speak with you during those interviews?
yes, they have.
Have people told you that they don't feel comfortable speaking with you
Yes.
or that they aren't in the right state of mind to provide an accurate statement?
Maybe not in those exact words, but people have declined to speak with me for a variety of reasons.
This is the story of the one who knows that with a teammate like Granger, she will always win the day.
Did Mr. Ferlazzo ever make any such statements during the time you spoke to him?
Never.
He did make a few statements about his mind not being right. Did that concern you in a way that made you question his ability to give a statement?
It didn't concern me from my standpoint because Mr. Ferlazzo was articulate. He was responsive to my questions. He said he wanted to talk like very early on. There was no concern about his ability to interact and converse with me.
And after you concluded the interview with him or with anybody, what's the sort of next steps you take in an investigation?
So I call it like check and verify. So when someone tells us something, we try to prove it right or prove it accurate and see if there's other evidence that supports what we're being told.
Actually, before we move on to that, I'm going to show you what's marked as States 13. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a sketch that Mr. Ferlazzo drew during our interview.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what he drew?
Yes, ma'am.
State would move for State 13.
Any objection?
Oh, I'm sorry. No objection.
States 13 is admitted without objection.
And is this that sketch?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a little bit small, but can you kind of describe to the jury what it is?
So it's the sketch during the interview when Seth and I, or Detective Sergeant Richardson and I, were talking about the layout of the camper van with Mr. Ferlazzo. He drew the sketch. It's kind of maybe appears upside down on the screen, but the bed is at the top. And then he depicted a couch, a closet, the bathroom, and he depicted the location where Emily currently was at the time of the interview.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the check and verify, is that what you called it?
Yes.
Okay, so in this case, did you, after you interviewed Mr. Ferlazzo, did you work to confirm or deny things that he'd made in his statement?
Yes.
Statements that he'd made. And were you able, during the course of your investigation, were you able to verify any of the statements that he made?
Yes, we were.
And specifically starting with the location of the incident, were you able to confirm?
Yes. We spoke with his sister, Nikki, and she provided information that was consistent with what Joe provided us. Emily's geolocation data was consistent with being at Bolton Friday evening.
And he told you that the homicide had occurred while Emily was in bed. Were you able to verify that?
Yes.
And how were you able to verify that?
The physical evidence is consistent with that. You know, the pillow from the bed sheets, the bed itself.
And what about where he shot her on her body?
Yes, that was confirmed during an autopsy.
Okay. And he made statements about firearms located in the van.
Yes.
Were you able to verify that?
Yes, there were firearms located in the van.
How many firearms were located in the van?
I believe it was 2 handguns and 3 long guns.
Can you describe what a long gun is?
Like a rifle. I think there was like a short-barreled rifle, a shotgun, and another rifle, and then 2 handguns.
Okay. Did he tell you during your interview that Emily owned any of those guns?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily had a gun?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily slept with a gun under her pillow?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily possessed or used a gun at any point?
No, he did not.
May we approach?
Los Angeles, the city of dreams, and host of the
where Mr. Ferlazzo was the following morning.
Yes.
Where did you confirm that he was?
We obtained video of him out to breakfast at Maxie's in Waterbury, Vermont.
Judge, if the court could read stipulation states number 117.
All right, there's no objection to the admission of one.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, stipulation number 2, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Palazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video and a purchase receipt from Maxie's restaurant in Waterbury, Vermont from the morning of October 16, 2021. That surveillance video and a copy of the receipt was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective James Morris. The authenticity of the surveillance video and purchase receipt is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video and purchase receipt is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this case, in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that's admitted as states 117.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 14 and 15. Recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what they are?
15 is the receipt from Maxie's from October 16th, and 14 is a screenshot from the video from Maxie's.
State would move to admit.
Any objections?
No objection.
14 and 15 are admitted without objection.
Detective Sergeant Horace, is this the screenshot from the surveillance?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury sort of what they're looking at here?
This is inside Maxie's restaurant in Waterbury, and Mr. Ferlazzo is in the kind of in the middle, maybe upper left side of the screen near the door.
And is this the receipt from the breakfast that morning?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm where Mr. Ferlazzo went Saturday night with his sister?
Yes.
Where was that?
The Twiggs Restaurant in St. Albans, Vermont.
Judge, the state would ask the court to read stipulation number 3, states 118.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
States 118 is admitted. For the, I'll read stipulation number 3. Members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Palazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. It's called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video from Twiggs Restaurant in St. Albans, Vermont from the evening of October 16, 2021. That surveillance video was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective James Morris. The authenticity of the surveillance video is not being challenged. The chain of custody of the surveillance video is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. State 118 is in.
Did you provide still shots from, surveillance videos from inside of Twiggs?
Yes.
And did we have 2 different angles of that?
Yes.
Have you reviewed them prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. The state would move to admit states 16 and 17.
No objection.
States 16 and 17 are admitted without objection.
Is that clip just to show Mr. Ferlazzo in Twiggs?
Yes.
I think I'm ready to drive this thing.
Not yet.
I think I'm ready for the chainsaw. Not yet, not yet. I'm ready for the sack.
Social media.
Is this also inside of Twiggs?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to, did you ever locate Emily's stuff that Mr. Ferlazzo indicated he'd thrown away?
We did not.
Okay, and that was her phone and her wallet?
And her glasses, yes.
Glasses. And did members of VSP attempt to find these items?
Yes, we did. We were unsuccessful.
And you were looking, how long after he allegedly threw these things out were you looking for them?
So we had several detectives and troopers that were assisting in the investigation starting, on the 19th, which was several days after this all occurred.
Right. Okay. Were you able to confirm whether or not he gave his sister a tattoo?
Yes, we did confirm that happened.
And at some point during the interview, were investigators able to locate Emily's body?
Yes.
And was she located where Mr. Filazzo said she would be?
Yes, she was in the bathroom area of the camper van.
Was her body in the condition that Mr. Filazzo said it would be?
Yes, it was.
Did you locate the saw that Mr. Filazzo said he used?
Members of the crime scene search team located it in the camper van in the area where he said it was behind the driver's seat.
Was there anything you learned after the investigation that Mr. Filazzo did not tell you during the interview?
Yes.
What was that?
I learned after Emily's autopsy that she also sustained stab wounds.
During your investigation, were you able to determine how tall Mr. Filazzo is?
Yes.
And how much he weighed?
Yes.
And what was?
I determined that through his DMV records.
And what is his height and what did he weigh?
It was 6 feet tall and approximately 200 pounds.
Did that seem consistent with your interactions with him?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, did you seek a warrant for call detail records for the phone number and physical phone belonging to Mr. Filazzo?
Yes, we had, there were separate search warrants for his phone number, a search warrant for Emily's phone number, and a search warrant for Joseph's physical cell phone.
And did you receive those records in return?
Yes, we received records for both phone numbers and for, the cell phone went to TI, our technology unit.
Okay. Did you review the records?
So the call detail records or the records associated with the cell phone carrier. So Joseph's phone number was 802, I think it was AT&T, and Emily's phone number started with 603 area code. Those carrier records I looked at briefly, but ultimately are analyzed by our technology unit. And then I did look at the data that came off of his phone myself.
Okay. Judge, stipulation number 4 states 119.
What is it, Sarah? What is it?
Any objection to 119?
No, thank you. No, Judge, no objection.
Stipulation number 4, members of the jury, the state defendant Joseph Filazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. Vermont State Police searched a red Jeep Wrangler belonging to Joseph Filazzo pursuant to a search warrant on October 19th, 2021. During that search, an iPhone belonging to Joseph Filazzo was collected by Detective Sergeant Aaron McNeil. The iPhone was tagged as item, quote, Jeep number 2, end of quote, / quote, item 14, end of quote, and delivered to the Vermont State Police Technology Investigation Unit, in parentheses, TIU, end of parentheses. The iPhone was in the same condition upon arrival at the TIU as it was when collected from the Jeep during the search on October 19th, 2021. An extraction was done of Joseph Filazzo's iPhone, in parentheses, AKA, quote, item 14, end of quote, end of paragraph, by Detective Eric Jollymore and added to the case file. That extraction was done in accordance with his training, and the authenticity of that extraction is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the iPhone belonging to Mr. Filazzo is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation.
So after the technology unit extracts that data and sends that portable case to you, How does that portable case look from your end?
So I received the case from the technology unit. We call it a portable case. It's on, in this circumstance, it was on a hard drive, like a portable hard drive. And I plug it into the computer. I can open the program on my desktop, and then I can review the data that was on the device.
And is that program pretty user-friendly?
Extremely user-friendly, yes.
Is there any training provided in order to use it?
There's no training required to read a portable case. I have taken training to create portable cases and to extract cell phones myself. I didn't do that in this case, but the portable case it's very user-friendly.
Okay. So were you able to review any text messages from Mr. Ferlazzo's phone to Emily's phone between the time she was killed and the time she was located?
Yes.
Were there any messages sent from Emily's phone to Joseph's phone during that time period?
No, all of the messages were sent from Joseph's phone to Emily.
I'm going to show you what's marked as 4 pages. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what this is?
These are the messages that were observed, from Joseph's phone within that portable case that were sent to Emily's phone number.
It's to admit 18.
Any objection to?
No objection.
18 is admitted.
Detective Sergeant Boris, can you just read the messages to the jury and the date and time they were sent?
Yes. October 16th, 2021 at 1:09:58 p.m. Message sent, babe. On October 16th, 2021 at 1:20:49 p.m. Message sent, what are you doing? Talk to me, please. On October 16th, 2021 at 1:52:47 p.m. The message was sent that read, where are you, lovey? I wanted to ride with you today. On October 16th, 2021 at 2:02:18 p.m. The message was sent that read, I'm at the Langs, call me. On October 16th, 2021 at 2:02:47 p.m. Message sent, the tranny on the bus is smoking with a emoji. On October 16th, 2021 at 2:57:18 p.m. Message was sent, whatever. I'm going to spend time with Nikki. Well, I can. Call me. On October 16th, 2021 at 8:09:48 p.m. WTF, babe. On October 17th, 2021 at 8:45:24 a.m. Message read, good morning, Bubby. I miss you. Please call me. Nikki just messaged me. You want to meet up in Burlington for some snacks and whatnot. On October 17th, 2021 at 2:03:02 p.m. The message read, hello, question mark, question mark. On October 17th, 2021 at 8 p.m. The message was sent that read, please, M, pick up. On October 17th, 2021 at 8:12 p.m. Message 2 emojis were sent. On October 18th, 2021 at 12:05:48 a.m. The message read, this is far enough. Get your ass home. I got to go back to NH. Are you coming back? On October 18th, 2021 at 12:05:48 a.m. I believe that's the same message I just read. On October 18th, 2021 at 1:05:36 a.m. Random question, where is the extension cord? I want to plug the fan in. October 18th, 2021 at 9:06:19 a.m. Good morning, baby, with an emoji. On October 18th, 2021 at 10:25:51 a.m. You're an asshole. I don't deserve this shit.
Is that all of the messages that were sent?
I believe so, yes.
He needed an insanity plea.
More options means even more affordable ideas for your bathroom from Floor & Decor.
I don't understand why he says.
My schedule's pretty jam-packed these days. I've got 2, free birthday parties.
Self-defense is crazy.
Ms. Jensen, cross.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Morning, Detective Sergeant Voris.
Good morning.
On October 19th, the day Mr. Ferlazzo was interrogated by you and Detective Richardson. Spencer Lemons had already contacted the police through the 911 call and relayed to the police information that he had saying that Mr. Ferlazzo admitted to killing Emily. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And on October 19th, police were actively looking for Mr. Ferlazzo, correct?
Yes.
And Amy Nolan, who was at that time a member of the Vermont State Police, by happenstance encountered him in St. Albans and in Maple Fields. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And she drove him in her truck back to the St. Albans barracks of Vermont State Police, correct?
Yes.
From the time that he arrived at the Vermont State Police barracks in St. Albans, he was never outside the presence of someone from law enforcement, correct?
I believe there were times where he was alone, like in the interview room, by himself. At points during the interaction.
Was he under observation through a two-way mirror at times when he was alone in the interview room?
That room doesn't have a two-way mirror. No.
Does not?
No, it does not.
Okay. Okay. At any point, was he free to leave?
He was probably not free to leave.
So we can agree that he was in custody during the time he was at the Vermont State Police barracks. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So how long did you say you have been with the Vermont State Police?
Since January of 2014.
And prior to that, your law enforcement experience was what?
I have no prior law enforcement experience.
Okay. You did graduate from the Vermont Police Academy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the academy, you were told and given instructions on how to interrogate/interview a suspect, correct?
There was a class on interviews and interrogations, yes.
And you learned through your instruction and subsequently, I'm assuming through experience, what is necessary in order for a confession to be considered voluntary and constitutional, correct?
I don't recall specifically the conversation around that, but I'm sure it may have been part of it. I just don't recall.
Well, you know that you can't make physical threats to get a person to confess, don't you?
Of course.
And you know that you can't even make threats of harsh penalties to get them to confess, right?
Correct.
And you can't make any promises of leniency, can you, to get them to confess?
Nope.
And the form that he signed indicated that he hadn't been coerced or threats made against him, correct?
I believe that's what it says, yes.
You also know that if someone is highly intoxicated, what they say may not be rational or valid, correct?
Depends on the situation, but that's possible.
It's possible. Or if someone is having a mental health crisis, that also may make the statements they are giving you not admissible because not rational, correct?
Not admissible? Are you asking if it's not admissible?
I'll call that question and rephrase it.
Okay.
In order for someone's statements to be considered voluntary, they have to be able to think rationally. Isn't that correct?
That sounds right. I don't know the legal standard sitting here. Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds right. So some things that might interfere with a person's ability to be rational are mental health issues, right?
Potentially.
Yes, yes, right?
No, I said potentially.
Potentially, depending on what?
I think you can have mental health issues and be rational.
Okay, so what you're distinguishing is the severity of the mental health issue at the time of the interrogations. Am I hearing you correctly?
No.
Okay, then tell me what you mean.
I just answered your question. If you asked if you could have mental health issues and be rational, and that I agree.
Okay, that's all I want to hear. And if someone had a physical condition that prevented them from being rational at the time of the interrogation, that also could be a reason why their statement might not be voluntary. Isn't that correct?
A physical condition?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay. So, for example, I'll give you some examples. If someone is severely injured and is unable to speak, to give a statement coherently, that would be a situation you would consider as not voluntary, wouldn't you?
Could the parties approach?
Yes. Which is that also?
sorry. I forgot.
Sometimes your wife can.
Also correct?
Yes,
Do you know that he said that he was really tired?
I know that now, yes.
Did you know that then?
I did not.
One of the first things he asked you was, what time is it? What day is it? Correct?
That was not me.
You're right. I'm sorry. I withdraw that. He did say to you, however, I haven't eaten much and I've been up for days. Correct?
I believe at some point he said that, yes.
I had a timestamp of 2:47 p.m., which would have been about 5 or 10 minutes into the interview with you.
Sounds about
Sounds right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you he was tired. Yes.
He said he'd been up for days.
And then at 3:12, he said, I'm really tired. Do you recall him saying that?
I recall him talking about needing to sleep or being up for days and maybe being tired, yes.
And then immediately following that, he said, I don't know what day it is. This thing is sort of like not really able to have a clear thought, or I just feel like you're stuck in a hole. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember I had asked him what he did on Sunday and he couldn't recall. And that's when he described feeling like he was stuck in a hole. Yes.
And that he didn't have a clear thought. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that specifically.
I can show it to you if that would help.
It would refresh my memory, or if I could look at the transcript, that would be great.
What are you showing? God's sakes. But this doesn't have the timestamps. I'll just take your testimony that you don't remember precisely him saying at that point that he didn't have a clear thought. Is that right? You don't have a clear recollection of that?
I just don't recall the exact words. And so that's my testimony.
Okay, but something to that effect. You do recall that he said, I'm not thinking clearly, regardless of whether you remember the.
I don't recall him saying, I'm not thinking clearly. I recall him saying, but talking about his mind, yes.
And what about his mind? Recall him saying.
Just generally, he was having some trouble remembering some things. And I think at one point he said he was trying to blank page it. I took that to trying to forget about what happened.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember him saying, I never thought anybody could push me to do that?
I do.
Do you remember him saying, my mind is so broken, I can't think straight?
I recall seeing it, reviewing the interview. I'm not sure if I was in the room at that point. I just don't recall, but I recall seeing that, yes.
That he said that, whether it was to you or to another law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you remember him saying, I'm not okay?
I do.
And in response to him saying, making various statements about him not thinking clearly, you didn't ask him why he wasn't thinking clearly, did you?
There were times in the interview where I asked what that meant. When he spoke about falling into a hole, I think my response was, what does that mean? So there were times where I did question what that meant.
Okay. And you didn't stop the interview, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't think that his statements to the effect that he wasn't thinking clearly was enough to stop the interview, did you?
I did not.
And when he said early on, I haven't slept for days, you didn't ask him if he needed to sleep before you spoke to him, did you?
I did not ask him if he wanted to sleep before we spoke.
And then at the end of the roughly 2-hour initial part of the interview that we saw, he put the blanket around himself and lay down on the floor. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he did.
And slept for or we don't know whether he was actually sleeping, but he was on the floor for 40 minutes with the blanket wrapped around him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then he was moved to a holding cell. Is that right?
Yes.
And he was in that holding cell from approximately, I think you testified, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And then you and Sergeant Richardson went to the holding cell to ask him more questions.
Yes, there was some interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo between 6 and 9 p.m., but about
As a small business owner, you learn to wear a lot of hats. The custodian hat.
around 9:15, we asked more questions.
He was sleeping, wasn't he, when you arrived at the cell?
I don't know if he was sleeping.
Was he lying down?
He was lying down.
Did he have the blanket over himself?
He did.
We all just heard the audio of your interview with him at about 9:17 or something like that?
Around that time, yes, ma'am.
Sounded very sleepy, didn't he?
I would say he sounded like Mr. Ferlazzo. I don't
Okay,
think he sounded
well-
sleepy.
Well, your only interaction with him was the original interview. I'll withdraw the question. He reiterated to you something he told you early on, that at the time of the alleged shooting, a wave came over him. Isn't that right?
He did reiterate that, yes.
And he had originally told you he had a feeling of warmth come over him. Isn't that right?
Yes, he also used the word rage.
Yes, he did. He also said loss of focus, didn't he?
Yes.
That's okay. That's okay. I found the page, but I'm not going to go back. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does the court want to start the next witness?
If you have a witness available, why don't we start?
Who's next?
Seth.
Seth.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Seth Richardson, Richardson.
Okay. And how are you employed?
Currently employed by the Vermont State Police.
The acoustics in here are not great, so try to keep your voice up so they can hear you in the back. Currently employed by the Vermont State Police?
Yes,
Okay. And how long have you worked for the Vermont State Police?
13 years.
Were you employed by them in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you become involved in an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes.
When did you become involved?
It was on the morning of the 19th.
And in what capacity did you become involved?
So I'm a detective sergeant assigned to the major crime unit. My commanding officer had contacted me and asked me to respond.
Okay. When the major crimes unit is needed, are all of the members of the major crimes unit sort of brought in?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And so where did you travel from?
My residence in Rutland, Vermont.
Okay. Upon arrival at the St. Albans Barracks, what tasks were you given related to this investigation?
So I was paired with Detective Sergeant Sam Truex, who is since retired. We were asked to go to the Lang's residence, inquire if Jason Lang would participate in the interview, and if so, during that interview, if we could obtain consent to search his property.
Okay. And did you search the property?
Yes.
Did you locate Emily on the property?
No.
And did you return to the barracks?
Yes.
After that? And what tasks were you next given related to the investigation?
So shortly after I returned to the barracks, I had learned that Joseph had come to the barracks or was brought to the barracks, and that would be assisting Detective Sergeant James Voris with interviewing Joseph.
What information did you have about the case prior to going into the interview?
Really not much. That it was a missing person complaint. It was somewhat suspicious, and at that point, I don't remember if the RV was seized or was in the process of being seized.
Okay. What was your role during the interview?
Just a co-interviewer, I guess a second interviewer in the room.
Okay. So the jury has seen the video. Is it you in the room with Detective Sergeant Voris?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present when Detective Sergeant Voris read Mr. Ferlazzo his Miranda rights?
Yes, I was.
Miranda warnings. And so did you witness him waive those rights?
Yes, I did.
Did he have Any questions or concerns about those warnings?
No.
Did he make any statements about wanting to talk to you?
Joseph was eager to talk to us.
When you finally find a way to all be together, that's the real magic. These are the holidays you will remember. Omni Hotels and Resorts. Save up to 20%, plus enjoy a complimentary $25 dining credit.
Just an ordinary day. And I heard you say, I heard you say, and I heard you say.
Joseph said he was there to talk to us. He told James that essentially didn't need to beat around the bush.
Okay. And did you, we've heard obviously the whole interview. So did you have concerns initially in speaking with Mr. Ferlazzo about his ability to speak with you?
No.
Okay. Was there ever a time in the times that he was spoken to where it wasn't recorded?
No.
Did you ever feel like he wasn't responding to the questions appropriately?
No.
Did he ever say anything that gave you the impression he didn't want to engage with you?
No.
Did you ask Mr. Ferlazzo if he was willing to provide a buccal swab of his DNA?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree to that?
Yes, he did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 128. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
This is a Vermont State Police consent to search form. The form here, the biological is checked off with corresponding DNA and photos of Joseph Ferlazzo. That's my signature as a witness, and that's Joseph's signature on the sign line.
Move to admit States 128.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson? 128 is admitted without objection.
This is showing States 128. Is this the form that you went over with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that his signature down in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have any concerns about signing this form?
No.
After completing the initial interview, did you bring Mr. Ferlazzo outside for a cigarette break?
Yes, I did.
And was that interaction recorded?
Yes, James was recording the recording us.
Okay. And did you ask him any questions about Emily during that time?
No.
Have you listened to that recording in preparation for today's testimony?
I have.
The state has marked it as Exhibit 130. Judge, we would ask to admit it as evidence.
Objection. Okay, 130 is admitted without objection.
Stay sleeping or would you take a cigarette? Seth is gonna grab one. I know you asked for one a while back. We're just trying to get some things squared away here. Everything's okay for now. We're just, things take time, So, but you can grab cigarettes, or if you want to sleep, you can sleep. All right, come on now. You actually falling asleep in there? Not really.
This is Chewy. Chewy loves two things, water hoses and meat. So
It's 8 o'clock.
Oh, I'm muted. But hey, Taylor Gang, how y'all doing today? What's going on? I had to put a hoodie on, my hoodie back on because it's cold down here. But I actually gotta go make a run. I gotta go make an unexpected run. So I'm gonna have to quit streaming today. It's Thursday. I don't know if we're gonna stream tomorrow. I think I need a little break. I don't know if we're gonna stream tomorrow, but if we do, I'll set something. I'll do like a pre-schedule something if I decide to stream tomorrow. But we're still gonna follow this trial. I think that they're gonna be doing closing arguments today. So if you want to sneak peek into the end, you can definitely go over to today's live feed and watch it. But we are going to finish this trial. I think once we get past these audio issues, we'll be in a better place because I have questions. I got questions about Joe because Joe is giving you. Do y'all have y'all watched the movie? I'm sorry, the series You on Netflix with Joe, and Joe is a serial. In the last season, he didn't even know he was a serial. Y'all watch? Did y'all watch You? If you watch You, let me know in the comments right now. If you ever heard on YouTube and you used to watch You or you did watch You over on Netflix, let me know. Because I get the same. I mean, that Joe was a little bit more emotional. He was a lot more poised. But this Joe right here, like I gotta see what's going on with Joe. I need to understand the series of events because right now what we know is that Joe has unlocked his wife. He has stabbed her and he has chopped her up. He has confessed to his friends. He has also confessed to the police. And after he unalived her, or the day that he unalived her, after he unalived her, he carried on with his normal. I didn't know what to say. He carried on as if she was still alive. Like the man was still texting her, knowing what he had already done. So it's giving very much it's giving Joe. Like, I know I ain't the only one who watched You. I know I'm not the only person who watched You on Netflix. My chat not moving. I don't know if y'all just not talking to me or it's slow, but that is what Joe is giving me right about now. So I'm gonna do a little recap on this a little bit later today, but I do gotta make a quick run. So I'm gonna end our stream session for today. As always, thank you so much for watching with me, for watching with me. If you want to make recommendations, you're more than welcome to do so. We will watch live trials. We will catch up on other trials. That is what the focus of our channel is over here, and we have a good time while we do it. You only watched season 1. That was enough though, Kia. The Kia watched season 1 of you, y'all. She watched season 1. That was enough. That was enough to know Joe was crazy. Okay. Joe had issues going on. Okay. Yeah. And here you might want to watch too, because Joe meet love in 2. You loved it, Hershey? Okay. It's good though, for real. I gotta watch it. You gotta watch it because it is good. It is good. Hershey said she loved it. Cindy said she have not seen it. Okay. Joe's a serial killer, y'all. He's a serial killer. But he does it all in the name of love. Like he's crazy. And we are inside of Joe's head, and you have to watch it. You gotta watch it. Now, Kia, you gotta go because season 2, Joe meet love. All right. Season 3, Joe and Love, they married. So I need you to catch up. I need you to catch up. We've got I'm scared of Joe. She said she's scared of Joe. You need to be scared of this Joe. Okay. This the Joe you got to be scared of because he out here in the real world. That Joe on Netflix, he's something else. He's something else. But it's a good watch. So if you haven't seen Yo on Netflix, go watch it. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta make a quick run. And I wanna rest a little bit before the kids get off. Yeah. We've been streaming every day of the week for like 3 weeks now, like Monday through Friday. So I think it'll be good to have a little break. And like I said, I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I may even just go do some stuff outside of the house that I haven't done because I like to be in here streaming with y'all. So I put all my stuff off on other people. But I may go do some things on my own tomorrow. So I don't know if I'm gonna stream or not. But again, if I do, I'll do like a scheduled event so that way you guys can see it. And then y'all can come on and sit in here. We can watch Joe. All right. But thank y'all again. Have a happy Thursday. If I don't see y'all, until Monday, have a good weekend and all that good stuff. Okay. Peace. Stay safe. Don't make me have to do a 1-minute recap on you.